I'm going to go spam this channel into other Discord channels real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Be a mad woman going, watch my content, please! I have good content.
Yep.
Well, at least I like to think I have good content. That's up for
I like to play that too.
I've been asked why I'm a part of so many Discords. I'm like, reasons. Reasons.
Various reasons.
Alright. I believe I posted those in the right spot. Okay. So, welcome everyone who is coming in currently. We're about ready to have a discussion about the Dawntrail. Hello, Bolt Stopper. About the Dawntrail MSQ, dungeons, and just overall content. I'm joined currently with Yomi the Samurai and our lovable Elmina the Sun Deity, who is sitting on the table with his bucket.
Hello.
The bucket that's here to catch all of our shit talking.
Yep.
So if you guys want, you guys can kick it off.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure my viewers would like to hear other people talk for a second instead of my voice ranting.
Well, man, I'm just relaxing on the table, so like you can do the kicking if you want.
I guess a nice place to start might be just the pacing of the story.
Yeah, let's start there.
Yeah.
Let's like start like at the very beginning, like at the start of this expansion, like how it's introduced to you and how it starts. Like, how did you guys feel about it? Let's start there.
I felt like it's nice. I felt like they probably should have maybe made you do the bird people like first and then the traders instead of having you choose, but
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Honestly, the beginning of the expansion, I actually was enjoying it. Like, it wasn't super, there wasn't a whole lot going on. There wasn't world-ending stuff, but it was a nice little jaunt. And I do very much agree that they should have forced you to go to the Vanu people first, rather than giving you the option between the not Vanu TM and the traders, because starting with the bird people gives you a better there are more of the contestants, so to say, in the bird people one. It gives you a much better look into what each person's personality is, what each person's approach is. You start off a lot stronger with an understanding of what everybody brings to the table if you do the bird people before the trading people. And I very much agree that it should have been forced. They should not have given you the choice, because starting with the traders, you lose a lot of that perspective.
Yeah, and when you do finally do the traders, you get the you finally get the perspective of the last contestant we haven't seen, which is Sarulda.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As someone who started with the traders instead of the bird people, like going through it, because I actually went through and I didn't replay through the quest, but I went through and I replayed the cutscenes, and they do make a lot more sense in that direction. So I would hypily agree with you both that the bird people should have been first, because going through, when I did the Pelepeos, the merchant people first, like, I did them first because, one, Final Fantasy X reasons, and two, they were new, interesting to me. And when I went to go do the bird people, I definitely feel like it did devalue the overall perspective of doing the bird people second. because of where it ends up leading after doing them in particular.
It also, there's a benefit to doing the bird people as well before the traders, because once you start chaining past that, it does start having a bit of a slowdown in the story, and the bird people are slower. Like there's a little there's still a lot of plot going on with the bird people, but it's not quite as focused, it's not as intense, I would say, as the trader. It's like the player is less engaged with the bird people than the trader people. So if you start with the bird people and go to the trader people and then proceed past that, you go from more plot with less direct player engagement to expanded with a large amount of player engagement to then going into a little bit less player engagement. Whereas if you start with the traders, you've got more player engagement, then less player engagement, and then even less player engagement, and it just kind of feels...
It's better to have a bit of a roller coaster instead of a slope for a while.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is because when you're because even though I was, oh boy, I definitely probably would have fallen asleep if I did the traders first, because that slope definitely would have just not.
For me, I was starting to feel burnout while trying to do it from birds to the, what was it, the pot feet? Was it the pot feet that was next?
Yeah,
like,
it was the dungeon into the feet of the pot.
Yeah. Like,
yeah, that was...
we'll come back to the dungeon.
Yeah,
Dungeon we'll do afterward.
Yes.
But going from the bird people to the pot of feet definitely felt like it was started to just... That's when, for me, it started feeling like a grind, and it started feeling way more drawn out.
Yo.
And I feel like also, too, like, pot of feet could have been done differently. It could have been better. Like, I like the new twist they put on the merchant quest. I like the new change they did on that. Like, you actually having to go through and exchange items to get an equal value, or doing a favor to get equal value. That was really cool. The bird people, it was a fetch quest, alright? I just felt like I was thrown back in Heaven's Ward when it came to that. When it came to the pot of gold, I felt like I was being thrown back all the way back to Menphilia's quest lines, the fetch quest.
Yo.
And it felt like a waste of time.
And the pot of gold quest as well was basically just a clone of the merchant quest with all of the content stripped away. Yeah. Because it was quite literally still, rather than doing trade until you get the item that you want for merchants, it's just find a merchant for us.
Yeah.
And look, conveniently, the specific type of merchant you need is the person they reminded you of 30 seconds ago. Because if you didn't forget about him...
Yeah. I'm trying to double check something. Was it a level, or was it in the same level bracket? Actually, no, it couldn't have been in the same level.
What, go and fetch in the goldsmith?
Yeah, no, because...
Like, the goldsmith was introduced to you while you were on the boat at the very beginning of the expansion.
Yeah, and then they remind you of the goldsmith, and literally, like, the...
In that feat.
Yo.
Yeah, well, not just... But it was actually before that feat, because...
Was it?
Yeah, it was...
It was moments before, though. It was like you go... it's after the bird people and the traders. You go back to Uliatal or whatever, and then you have the little quest with the gold merchant. Then I think it was right then into the dungeon, then into the gold, then into the pot, and it's like,
literally 3 quests apart.
Yo.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Rather them tell me to go, hey, like, go, like, if you're going, like, we had the whole thing where we had to improve the goldsmith situation of their working condition. Alright, whatever. That's a bit of a side thing. That's not the actual feat. For the actual feat, I was expecting to have it being like a mini course game or something like that. Something like a jigsaw puzzle. It could have been as simple as jigsaw puzzle, like taking as simple as an item and then putting it onto a pot or putting it into jewelry or something like that. Because people in this game have Jewel Crafter up.
Yo.
So it would have been really cool to kind of play into that fact that we are crafters as a player base.
Yeah,
So it would have been really cool if they played on to that.
I agree.
It definitely would break up the whole Thatch quest and the escorting quests and
Yeah.
the long wasted time MSQ cutscenes that we received. A lot of them.
Yeah. Oh boy, there were a lot of long cutscene MSQ quests this expansion.
There was a lot of them that were just a waste of time, in my opinion.
Honestly,
There-
another thing that sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, another thing that bugged me about the whole Goldsmith quest was we went out of our way to help this guy out and to get a job, and he really seemed interested, and so we help him, make connections, get friends. Like 24 hours later, we're like, yeah, I know that I just helped you get a job, we gave you connections, we did all that stuff to get you hired, but we'd like you to quit and relocate for us. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
okay?
that didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, like that
Yeah.
It's
just
just
felt
like
like
we're
a dick
literally
move.
we're uprooting this Ellison, and the way how he is that he's literally, going, oh, I'm paying you guys back for, giving me this, a chance for working. I'm like, that's not how the normal brain people work. I don't.
Exactly. And it just felt dirty. It was like we just wanted a thing to help him out, and then we're basically screwing over his new boss too. His new boss is a chill fucking guy, and we're just like, I know this guy's worked for you for 24 hours, and we just convinced you that you should hire him, and he's a great talent and everything, but fuck you. We're gonna go ahead and go take him somewhere else, because we're good people and we have got a job to do.
And the thing is, the guy did it because of Wookelmat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't do it because, like, the thing is, if the guy really didn't, want to let him go, and Wookelmat wasn't in the position she was in, he probably would not have let him go.
Exactly.
It's a first off, it's a foreign crafter.
Yeah, another thing I also want to point out, it's like, part of the reason why the Elzen did it too was, if I recall correctly, part because he agrees with what Lukelmat's direction to take the nation in, and that's part of his reasoning. So both of them more or less did it because of Lukelmat. So it's like,
It's a Deus Ex Machina at the end of the day.
it is a Deus Ex Machina. It's a very big plot convenience. It's like,
It's not realistic though, and I hate it.
Yeah, I it's one of a list of moments in this expansion that are just like, well, you're in the not so well written bin.
Yep.
Yeah. And speaking of Wookelmat, like, something that I did not like going through the MSQ. And I'm gonna stop it at roughly about 97, because that's when everything hits the fan. And I'll get to that part in a minute. But, like, I honestly do not like how there was no character growth with the main character we were given with Wookelmat.
If I'm
None.
honest, she kind of feels like Elise 2.0 almost, with how they treated her.
Like, I didn't really have a particular issue with Wookelmat, but at the end of the day, she has the depth of a teaspoon. She has no character development, no real... Her motivations are barely even skin deep. The actual effort that went into her story and everything about her was almost zero. They just threw a bunch of dialogue and shoved her in your face. Like, as a character, I don't mind her, but she was not well written. She was just loud.
Yeah.
Her personality is she's just loud. That's what she is.
Yeah. If I'm also honest, like, she's also just overused as crap. Like, don't get me wrong. I can handle a few, like, Wookelmat style characters. I could not mind those characters, but when they're, like, honestly, I am surprised I did not break like a twig and wanted to punch her in the face with how much they overused her. Like, it is just...
I know
looking...
this is jumping a touch forward, but I feel like I have to interject with, I honestly was just like, are you fucking kidding me? When in one of the later trials, she literally breaks through the damned universe to save us because we needed it.
The only thing that honestly stops me from wanting to punch her in the face at that moment is the pure fact that I noticed while doing the trial that the outsides of the arena were literally breaking when the boss cast Absolute Authority for the first time.
Yeah.
So I have a sneaking suspicion what the developers' intentions were, is that she happened to find the way back.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, which makes sense. And I can see what they were trying to do with the follow-up cutscene, but once again, I'm going to kick into that bin of moments that are not very well written. Or very well done.
She's got a lot of moments that are not well written. I'm sorry, I can't stand a character that has a Naruto vibe as the main character. I cannot stand it. Because you get this one motivation, we don't get any, like, actual, like, background improvement on the character. Like, for example, why the fuck is she still very friendly with two of her brothers that hate her guts? Like, why is she very, like, straightforwardly, like, friendly with them for a long time in the story, and then all of a sudden, oh, now I hate you.
Yeah.
No, she only had two brothers, Koen and Zaruja. Bakujaja won his place in the Rite of Accession by other means.
I thought he was also a brother as well.
No. The king.
Oh, then my bad. My bad on that one. Because I thought I thought he was counted as a brother, even though he was actually, you know.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
That's on me.
Yeah.
But either way, it's still like the actual son of her adoptive father has been a cunt since, as far as we have never got any evidence that they share a single fond memory. We don't have any evidence that he's been anything but a dick, and he's the one who killed their father. So, like, she has good reason to care about her adoptive father. She has good reason to care about Kona, you know, but her adoptive father's actual son has been a cunt, as far as we know, from the very first second they met, and he killed her father. What reason does she have at any point to not hate him?
Yeah. Before we continue, I'm gonna just make this joke because I've never seen Naruto. So that's what a fucking Naruto. That's the type of character Naruto is. Gotcha. Good to know.
And the thing is, the only thing is that she's not done is says, believe it! At any point in time in this video. That's the really only difference.
I feel like she did come close to it or said something similar.
She did come close and said something similar, but she didn't say that exact line. She's wearing orange, she's got the same energy vibe as him, but not the exact same.
I'm gonna be Hokage. I mean, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. I mean, I'm gonna be the ruler of the nation.
Meanwhile, Ichigo's just somewhere off in the distance being like, what the fuck is going on over there?
But when it comes down to how much she's kind of shoved in our face, I don't know if the writers were doing it because they were trying to make us like her, or just because she's supposedly supposed to be the main character of our new story. Like, it's really mixed signals. Like, when I finally got to Solution 9, I was like, please, dear God, let me run with someone else that isn't Wooklamat. Anybody? And I just see everyone walk away, and I'm just sitting there going, anyone? Reaching out my hand to somebody, anybody, to, like, take me around Solution 9 that isn't Wooklamat. And Wooklamat, I just imagine just putting her hand on my shoulder going, hey, friend. And I'm like, we're not friends. I want someone different.
Oh, God. Yeah, by the time we got to that point in the story, at that point she was... Oh boy. I do think it was a combination of factors, honestly.
Right.
Part of which I think is, at least for this, like, before we even get the post-game patches, for, like, this specific section of the Amiska that we have right now, she's intended to be the main, at least somewhat of a main focus. and a combination.
Somewhat?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, at least somewhat of a main focus for this part of the MSQ.
She's more of a main character than we are.
Yeah, at least for this part, that's for sure.
I think like going through all the feats, like there was the strength feat where we had to go climb the mountain. That was a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to loop us back on track to the MSQ
I think that's a good idea.
before we go on this huge tangent about Welcome Back, because I know it's going to happen again later.
Oh, yeah.
Like we go on we go through the dungeon,
Yeah,
and we gotta climb up this mountain.
A bit of a side note, real quick. This is a little bit before. I do like the world building leading up to the Dungeon of the Giant People.
I do like the world building.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's just praise across the board.
I think the world building was great. They just fell it flat in the MSQ. I feel like.
Yeah.
They fell it really, really flat, especially with cough cough Arizona.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that place is.
I will get to that in a moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
I have one word I'll use to describe that, or a bit of a phrase I'll use to describe that, and it's the same phrase I'll use to describe the post-patch MSQ of Endwalker, except without one little potential positive that portion of the MSQ has versus the Arizona section. Anyways,
I still love how I was in a hunt train, and we got to that area, people were kind of joking about how generic or whatnot the area was, so I said in shout, and there was like 200-300 people in that hunt train, and I said, one of my friends just calls this Arizona, and they were like, you know what? yeah, this is Arizona.
Well, I feel honored I started a trend. Okay. Yeah, they had wonderful world building going through the area before we go over to that side of the continent. Again, that happens roughly at level 97.
Yeah.
When we finally get a break from Wolkamat.
Yeah. Also, sorry for the introduction. I would also argue they still had great world building after that zone.
Yeah. They still do. It's just the MSQ, I feel like, really drops the ball on it.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Like, we go through this whole thing of, let's go back to the bird people. Amazing setup of culture. You have an amazing setup of the region and how it works and how it influences the people. You got this festival you do to help, build up the reeds and make these reeds, be healthy and good and grow. And then you have Kona who walks up and does, just drops an ethereal, mixture in there to fix the problem. Right?
Yep.
The issue I have is where they drop the ball on is there is no history lesson with that. Yeah, we know the whole reason why the festival started in the first place was to do that. Build and grow the reeds. But how did they come up to that point of figuring that out?
Yeah.
How did they go from, how did they get that starting point? Like with the giants, on the other hand, why did the giants build the bridge? It was a symbol of peace. There's this history lesson with this. There's a history lesson with the city of gold, with the giants and all that.
Yep.
There's an actual thing there, but they...
Yep, and to add on top of that, like, the feat of paths, I haven't gotten that one, but there was also a bit of a history lesson tied to that one, which was required to get one of the core ingredients to complete the feat.
Yeah. And, I feel like there are parts in the world that they really dropped the ball on. There's some parts they did pretty good. With that being said, leading up into level 97, the only time we ever actually see a weird ore or stone is when we finally get to the end of into the Golden City Gate. Once we get to that spot. Right?
Yep.
Something I feel like they would done a lot better is that if we were given a small chunk of that, and that was something we had to use to figure out our way to the Golden City, and how maybe it's pulsating a gold color, But as we're like going through the MSQ to give a hint that, you know, something is going to happen. Maybe it starts building up electrical charge or something like that. So that way we're not having this bombshell drop of, oh, there's a random electrical dome over there and the city is being under attack.
Yeah, with the only build up to that scene being the Zoro Jaw scene we got at the gate of the Golden City.
Yeah. I wish there was a better build up to that point.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. So
it's not just a sharp drop, a sharp cut in the story, because I feel like they're two separate stories at that point.
Yeah, yeah. I have heard that apparently the story is written by two writers, but I don't.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
but I looked at what the pattern, what sections they wrote. There should be no excuse for how sharp it drops off.
Okay.
None.
Yeah, then I have no clue.
Because, and that's another thing too. I just want to nitpick on is that the writers we have that did the story, that wrote it, are the people who did quest design work in Shadowbringers and Stormblood. And one of them was a writing for a game that I think is a dating simulator.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but just by the name, it sounds like a porn game or something.
Yeah, that's why I'm not saying the name out loud, because I don't want people accidentally looking that up and then going, what did what?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I feel like that's also another reason why the ball dropped really badly when it came to the story of this. I think that's one of the root causes of it. That isn't just, just based on the story and like you have all these amazing elements and whatnot leading up to a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, doing a little bit of continuing on, we have we have things going into the mountaintop. We also have the little bit of extra world building about the little monument at the top of the mountain, memorizing.
Which was a great little history piece that they added into the world. I feel like that was really good.
Yep.
The idea that someone's not truly gone as long as you remember them was a nice little memento, which I feel like pairs well with what we get the second end of Dawntrail, but there is never really been a connection made between the two.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'll get into. I'll make this quick comment and then quickly move on. But it does feel like a certain queen we'll talk about, or a certain nation we'll talk about in the second, covering the second part of the MSQ, definitely took that idea of, as long as the memory.
There's a reason for that, and for those who played Final Fantasy IX, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, but yeah, they definitely felt like they took that and basically took it to an extremity, pretty much.
Yeah.
But moving a little bit on, we had that whole, and then we had Bakujaja doing, in my opinion, his biggest piece of villainy in the entire story, which is releasing Vala Kamanda, and that leading into the Vala Kamanda trial.
Which, honestly, I'm just gonna say this, and like I said, we'll go back to Dungeons and Trials in a minute. I had a lot of fun with that fight.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that. I had a lot of fun with that fight. Yeah. It was very telegraphically pleasing to do that fight.
Yep. It is a very fun fight on, I personally think it's a fun fight on both normal and extreme difficulty.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really nice.
But his reason of doing the villainy of just, releasing the serpent. I'm sorry. From a character designing standpoint, it made no sense. Okay, I get it. He's picking on Wilkelmat because he's picking on Wilkelmat. He sees Wilkelmat as a threat.
Yeah,
to that threat.
Yeah, and he also wants to, delay the other claimants and want to try and get ahead. So so he can, become.
But I feel like him as a character, he would not have gone that far.
Yeah, especially with like, I'm gonna point up a little bit of an extra gripe with his character a little later, but with a certain reveal that happens in the level 94 to 95 range, I think it's actually.
Go ahead and talk about it, because now we're at the point where you should be talking about the second, getting into that part right now.
Yeah. Like, in that little part, okay, so we get revealed, it's revealed that his main motivation, to kind of oversimplify it, he suffers from a big giant case of survivor's guilt. He is a blessed sibling, and it's revealed that only 1 in like 100 blessed siblings actually make it. Are actually like properly born into the world. The rest don't even break out their shells. And that is a very messed up moment. And my only one gripe with it is that it feels like there wasn't really any hint of that being sort of a part of his motivation.
It's a sorry excuse. It's a sorry excuse. He's on the same level as Clive. I don't care.
Yeah.
Viewers can hate me. He's on the same level as Clive.
I
Almina, you had a huge rant about this. I'm gonna let you talk.
Yeah, like when it comes down to it, I'm sorry, that's not survivor's guilt. That's shitty writing. Like, he is a terribly written character in every frickin' way. Oh no, only 1 in 100 people, or only 1 in 100 of my kind are even able to be born. All those sacrifices, I must hold up to their sacrifice, meaning make sure their sacrifice is meaningful. So how you prove that their sacrifice was meaningful was become the ruler, which will thus not only prove that their sacrifice needs to continue, because if you just outright failed, just completely fucking failed miserably, that might make them actually consider maybe this isn't the best process, because even if 1 in 100 can't even pull it off, maybe we shouldn't do that anymore. But if your logic is I need to be the only one that succeeds, that's gonna just perpetuate it, so you're gonna get more of your kind killed, guaranteed. But then if you also tie into that logic, hold on. If you tie into that logic, let's pretend, right, that's not a fact, which, because, that's just using your brain, which he doesn't have. He has 2 heads, no brains. So how exactly, though, does that tie into, I want to go ahead and be the ruler, so let's release a calamity and walk away? That seems like a logical. Okay.
Yeah.
Step 1, you want to be ruler. Step 2, release calamity. Step 3, question marks. Step 4, profit. What? Wait.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like, I think as much as it would have kind of felt like a cop-out, I felt like what they should have done instead is, after we're told to go, seek out the High Liminary, go and find him, I felt like we should have had a small, like, a bit of a, the camera should have panned back to Vala Commanda and show that his seal is breaking at a faster pace than expected. Like, it's at the verge of getting out. I felt like they should have done that, because it makes 0 sense when you really think about why Baku Jaja released Vala Commanda. It makes 0 sense in his characterization.
A lot of his actions in general, 0 fucking sense.
Yeah, and
Alright, again, I compare him to Clive. Clive had no actual character sense when it came down to, like, his motivations and stuff. Like, literally, he has people who turned around and support him and, gave him a bunch of reasons to back him up and whatnot. Same thing with Guru Jaja. Like, he's just, the way on how he's going about it and how he was doing everything made no sense. I feel like even his, like, mother would have turned around and, said something to set him more on a correct path. Like, he could have just turned around and said, no, I'm not going to do this rite of succession. And he could have been a character that could have been introduced later on, like, as we entered into the region.
Yeah.
As someone who's, like, an outcast because he went up against tradition.
Yeah, another thing, I also want to kind of point this out, just to kind of get your 2 cents on this one, Amelia. Because if I recall correctly, another part of the reason why this whole 1 in 100 sacrifice is still being sustained is because of the first Dawn servant himself, Garul Jaja.
Yes.
He is a blessed sibling, and he is probably the most, if not definitely, the most successful one. He went on to form a freaking, united basically everyone and formed a freaking nation. And he also has a lot of feats, done throughout the history of Thrall. And I feel like, and if I recall correctly, the MSQ goes out of, basically states that that's part of the reason why the cycle is, with the Blessed Siblings, is going on, is because Garul Jaja's success.
Part of, but it's also a little bit. That's actually a smaller part from how I understand it. The primary focus was because he was an example of why it's successful, but the problem was they weren't capable of actually survive. They didn't understand as a culture how to survive in their homeland because they couldn't grow food. They had to be a conqueror type race, and so the current guy is proved that they could use that to maintain being conquerors and rulers, but it wasn't specifically because they needed. It wasn't because he proved it, it was just that they were generally strong enough to lead their people through conquest. He was just the best at leading their people through conquest.
Can I iterate, what some history that they did give when it came down to the Blessed Siblings, from what I understood? Is that the Blessed Siblings were an accident when it first happened, because they started taking the 2 tribes and crossbreeding them because of their population dropping. When population drops, they look for alternative ways to keep their population going. A Blessed Sibling is born. Oh, well, that's different. Oh, wow, they can cast magic and have super strength. And they were very effective on the battlefield. Garul Jaja, not Garul Jaja, the king, was the first Blessed Sibling who made such a massive difference. They already had evidence that they were good soldiers. They already had evidence they were good conquerors. But the problem that what brought into this is that they were mad because they felt like, because he became king, oh, well, now we get just to take over the main city and kick everybody else out. We can just get better lives. But that didn't happen. And since it was become a core part of their culture due to war, and it became a core part of their belief, and they weren't given another outlet. It's the same similar situational talk we can have about, in ARR when it came to the beast tribes. When they were summoning Icon and the Primals to help them because they saw no other way out. That's where I can see it's paralleling. And I feel like, story-wise, they should have made that parallel, but they didn't.
Precisely.
They should have definitely doubled down on that parallel.
I mean, to go further, backtracking a little bit but going more also into how whatever Jaja, Cha-Cha Slide, was doing stuff, still tying in back to, just for a momentary jab at Clive. I still think one of my favorite Clive moments in Final Fantasy XVI is, for whatever reason, totally naked, chained up in the jail cell, because that was necessary. He needed to be naked for that scene. Going, "Where, my brother, where?" Sid just comes in, puts his hands on his hips, gives him a stern talking to. Time to be a hero! Okay. Okay, that works. All you needed was a stern talking to, and a timeout, and that was okay. But
basically what we received when we were showing the Blessed Children's process, and then all of a sudden we just forgive him.
Yeah, exactly. I think that. But then, again, with the going further into the counteracting the entire logic of his actions constantly, again, his whole logical process was, I need to prove that their sacrifice wasn't in vain, so I must be the ruler. I mean, again, proceeds to release the Cataclysm because reasons. But even before then, I must prove to be the ruler. So why exactly, every step of the way, are you told this, and this will get you instantly disqualified, and you will have no chance of being the ruler, and then he proceeds to do all of them, and then proceeds to have no consequences for them ever. It feels like playing a game of D&D with bad players and a bad DM that's too scared to fucking provide consequences for their murder hobo players. It's like, they're like, if you go ahead and do this, you're gonna die. Proceeds to do it. Oh, here's a cookie. Like what the?
I also want to like contrast, because now we're getting to the part where we're heading towards Arizona, going past this part. All right, I'm still gonna call it Arizona. It's uglier than actual Arizona, but it looks a lot like Arizona.
It really does look like Arizona.
And when it comes to world building, I'm gonna stab at the dev for it in a minute. Okay, I'm gonna stab them because it's a cultural stab towards the U.S. I'm sorry, it is. All right, I will go towards that in a moment. But paralleling to what you were just saying. All right, yeah, he releases a massive snake, and he's all of a sudden forgiven because he reveals the whole quote-unquote reason while he was doing that. Versus her actual brother mass murdering, genociding the people, harvesting their souls, clearing war. But yeah, he gets, the sword. Like, your own brother gets the sword, but the person who's not your brother and has been more of an asshole towards you gets forgiven. Like, I'm sorry. Welcome out. Are you choosing favorites?
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Are you choosing favorites?
Let's be real here, okay? The two-headed brainless dude had a tragic backstory, so obviously he has to be forgiven.
It makes no mental character sense.
If I can play freaking devil's advocate real quick, we could also potentially argue Zaruja had his own situation going on, except not as exactly as tragic
it's very similar because he's supposed to be the resilient son because he is the perfect mix. I get that, and there is a part where Wilcomet goes, I wish I would have reached out to my brother more. That's completely fair and obvious.
Yeah, but
but it's just direction. They're basically the same situation, but one is treated sappy and sucky ass, and the other one gets a sword and blade and dies. Just saying.
Every single time the resilient son was mentioned, I'm sorry, but it had the worst impact on me because I just remember that clip from Family Guy of Quagmire talking about the war as what they don't prepare you for is the incessant playing of the song Fortunate Son. I just have that section of fucking I ain't no fortunate son over and over and over, and it's like, so now every time I hear mention the resilient son, I just hear the song Fortunate Son playing over and over, and I just hear Quagmire talking about it, and I just I can't take him seriously. Like every time the resilience, I can't take him seriously.
I mean, what were his titles? Resilient Son. I know there's probably like one or two other I'm not thinking of the top of my head. Or remember at the top of my head, but I knew he had like two other titles people threw at him. And
he was also the Vanguard, not Vanguard. Oh, what was their name? For the military, because he was the general of the military as well.
Yeah, he was the head of the.
He was the head of the military, and then his other title he didn't receive until later on in the story.
Miracle. People called him, like to call him
the Miracle. Yeah, because it was unheard of to have mixed.
Yeah.
Features like that. Like, I get that. Also, there's a lot of weight on his character.
Yeah, also because I think the MSQ mentioned that his siblings can't give birth, and yet he was able to be born.
Yeah. That's also another thing that I'm just like, you say this, but yet this happened.
There,
Hello?
there better be. This is a one in 100,000 scenario here we're talking about.
It better be.
Yeah.
It better be. But like going forward into the MSQ, from there we finally like get to the Golden Gate of the city. I have a question. When you guys reached that gate, what was your feelings on it?
I was kind of expecting a little more, honestly.
Okay. You were expecting more. Like, more in what way?
I guess a little bit more grandiose when you actually entered the room, but...
Mm-hmm. Okay.
but
Elmina, what was your
Like,
feeling?
We're talking about like that Golden Gate thing, right?
Yeah,
Like,
this
main-
the Golden
yeah.
Gate.
Yeah, the gate.
I'm
trying to keep us on track of the MSQ, like.
Yeah, honestly, when we got to that point, I was extremely disappointed because I feel like of all the ways they could have used it, like, honestly, Solution 9, the whole area under the dome, I felt like all of that should have been on the other side of the gate. It felt like the Golden Gate was literally just a cop-out. It felt like they had just forgotten about it for some reason, and then like once they were almost finished with the expansion completely, they were like, "Oh shit! Like this was important, wasn't it?" We're just gonna jam this in here. Okay, we're done. We're done.
Yeah, if I can get my 2 cents real quick, I think if I recall how it worked, I think the only reason why Solution 9 in the entirety of Everkeep and the dome is not on the other side of the Golden Cities because it literally got flopped into.
It got forced into existence, which we'll get to in a minute.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute, and that's why the only thing on the other side was.
My thing is, when it came to the gate, why didn't we have an echo vision when we were at the gate?
Yeah, exactly. Why didn't we have it?
Why did we have to wait until Cryle was going over what she was told? Like, we could have literally had the vision while we were at the gate.
Yeah, that's another thing.
We didn't have to have text or anything. We could have been like, wait, this actually has some importance. And that's another thing too. Kryle's a scholar. Alright, I'm gonna pick on her on this cutscene specifically. I would have been looking at going, I'm gonna take a sample of the stone with to experiment on later. Because you're a scholar. That's what you do.
Yeah, even if you don't use the term experiment, like use the term study,
I want to bring it back to last expansion's 24-man raid.
Yep.
With Garatia, when he was with you. He went back, got gear, brought it back, and then used it to analyze the raid. I know some people don't remember that bit, but
I do.
I feel like she would have done the same thing, or at least take a piece of it with her.
Yeah.
Honestly, one thing that particularly bugged me is I am annoyed that Cryle even had an echo moment. We are literally, like, we are the warrior of fucking light. We literally beat Heidelin and Zodiark, and yet we didn't even have an echo moment. But Cryle the extra did? Like why is Cryle having visions from the echo and not us?
Okay,
she's an extra.
There's some of those cutscenes I can understand why in a writing perspective, so that we weren't missing bits of like the like at the beginning when we were shown the different people that were trying to get to the throne, like when she was having an echo with those people. I can see in a writer's perspective why we weren't having the echo.
Yep.
It didn't make any sense in a real life perspective because our echoes is that strong, but in the writers, so that we were not missing, say Kona walking out, or we're not missing Guru Jaja walking by us while we're having that echo.
I mean, in the very first cutscene, when you make a brand new frickin' character, at least in Ul'dah, one of the first frickin' things that happens when you walk out of the tutorial inn is you see a couple of people arguing, and you get him an echo vision over something as mediocre and menial and unimportant as a argument between two random people in the street. That's how powerful our echo is.
Yeah.
But an extra is getting it, not us.
Yeah, I am. On one hand, I'm like, oh hey, someone else is having an echo moment as a genuine piece of surprise. But on the other hand, it's also like, why did it take? Why did we not have an echo moment until like, what is it, 75%?
Yeah, like seriously, like why didn't we have an echo moment when we reached the gate? Like any other time, we've had the echo throughout the entirety of the game. The entirety of the game.
Yeah, because isn't our
Granted,
first...
I'm leaving Endwalker out of this because Endwalker was an inclusion of an arc, so I'm leaving it out.
Yeah, another thing too. It's like
Throughout the entire game, we've had an echo whenever we stumble across something important or something that is, really important.
Something that would require a flashback to explain.
Yes.
And I think the only other time we got an echo moment in this entire expansion outside of Prowl's backstory was literally back to Baku Jaja breaking Valakamana out. That is the only...
We had 4 echoes in total.
Yep.
We had 4 echoes. We had 2 in the first half and we had 2 in the second.
Okay.
No, we had 3 in the second half. My bad. 3 in the second.
Yeah, I was about to say...
One of them I don't really count because it really didn't add anything to the story, but...
Yeah. Yeah, I know in the first half, that's the echo that comes to my mind, is that one.
Yeah, but we really should have had that echo right at that point.
Yeah, yeah, like
because that was been a pretty good prelude that there's something else going on. There's something more going to happen on the horizon.
Yep, and then you immediately follow that up with Zeruja doing what Zeruja did. Like that would have been a kind of a great like. Okay, we know something more is going to happen, and Zeruja is already doing something. He's already making metaphorical chess moves.
Even then, though, like, at that point when we reached the Golden City, he still didn't have the artifact to really mess with the gate yet.
Yeah. It was only after, I think, we returned and we saw somebody basically sneak attacking and getting the additional keystones from.
Yes. Yeah, that's when that cutscene really happened. But I was, again, mildly disappointed that Kryl wasn't doing her usual, like, scholar thing. Oh, I'm going to take a sample of this. I'm going to look at it later. I was disappointed that we didn't get an echo for that spot. We did not get an echo. And then, on top of that, it was kind of like, okay, we found the gate, but we can't open it. We can't do anything with it. And we're left with more questions than answers.
Yep.
And then suddenly the king shows up.
Yep.
And goes, congratulations, you did it. And I'm just like, why do I feel like this should be the conclusion for Dawntrail? Like, seriously. It feels like that should have been the conclusion for Dawntrail, but it wasn't. And then after that point, we have the whole, they rise to power, Wilkelmat takes over. I do have to say, I do enjoy the... Someone in chat saying, I'm disappointed Alize did not have speaking parts.
I think she had a few speaking parts with barely little throughout the expansion.
I would like to have ran around Solution 9 with her.
Yeah,
I think it would have been a lot of fun if it was with her.
Yeah, before we kind of continue with the main discussion here on hand, I do kind of want to bet in this real quick. I would have happily exchanged some of those speaking lines Wilkelmat had and given them to the other Scions. I think that would have made things...
Yeah, or other characters in general.
Yeah,
I think would have made it better.
Yeah, because apparently somebody went through and, like, I'm about to see if I can actually find this because I only saw this through a video, but apparently somebody went through and actually, like, counted how much dialogue certain characters have, and Wilkelmat was, like, far ahead of other characters.
Wilkelmat had way too much.
She did. She had
I don't
way.
care.
Yeah, I don't. I also don't care what anyone says. Like, in my opinion, her main problem is that she's fucking overused.
I agree. Like at the end of the day, I don't. Again, I'll say it. Said it before. I'll say it again. I don't particularly have an issue with her as a character. She's got the depth of a teaspoon. But for how deep, for the fact that she is meaninglessly deep, she should have stepped aside. She should have been removed from the story once she became the ruler because
Yeah.
she wasn't interesting anymore by level 93 to 95. Like she was no longer there was so little growth to her, anything. It was all more of the same. It was the same. She's always there in your face. She
Yeah.
should have just stepped aside once we got to like the Solution 9 and Lightning Zone stuff and just gone and taken care of her people. She's the ruler now. Yay, bon voyage. Now let's go ahead and take Kona to investigate the new area while you do your job as a ruler and him as your, right-hand man, the one of wisdom or whatever. Let's take the wisdom person to investigate the new place.
The story was a lot of Wukka though. It's very much you are very much the side character in Dawntrail, which is IMO is the problem.
Yeah, like
In my opinion, it's the main problem.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I also want to kind of end their sketch being sketch because somebody decided to stand up. Calm down, doggo. Yeah, I don't mind like the spotlight being taken off of us. I do mind though when said character is taken off of has way too much of the spotlight.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind Wilklamat getting the amount of spotlight she gets if there was more depth, if she was a well-written character. Hell, at the end of the day, the Queen Sphene was a way better written character than Wilklamat, and we get almost nothing in comparative. Yeah, she's a bad guy, but she was still a far better written character. Hell,
Yeah.
in the raid, Black
Oh
Cat.
my god.
Black Cat is already a better written character than Wilklamat.
Yeah, I have to agree.
That is so sad, but it's so true simultaneously. I mean, hell, I'll even fucking.
Like, I agree. Like, the minute they had that whole right of succession and, like, Kona and Wilklamat both become Dawn servants, like, I thought it would be good to just leave them on the throne. Leave them on the throne. Granted, I understand why she was called into combat because that is her duty later on. I get it.
But even
I'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, but even then, if you don't mind me butting in for a quick second, even with her taking even with her kind of going off the phone, off the throne, they should have definitely not have put the spotlight on her.
No, they shouldn't have. But like, then from after that part, when they take on to Dawn Servant, we get to Arizona with Bunny Boy Evelyn.
Yep.
Which, by the way, I really like Evelyn. I wish she becomes a Scion.
Honestly, they should. If they have like a changing of the garb or the cast with the Scions, at least the main Scions that we mostly get to see in like future expansions, I hope to dear God he makes the cut for the roster.
I agree.
It was definitely refreshing having him around, and he's a character we've not really had in the story.
Yep.
And I'll say it again, he makes me think of the Knight out of Nimona. I'm not brooding. You're brooding. I'm thinking. No, you're not thinking. You're brooding. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. This is my thinking face.
I very much appreciated him as well as a character, how much he grew. Like at the beginning, I was just like, Like at the beginning, I was like, he's okay. I don't really particularly care for him at all. But over the course of the entire...
I liked him from the start because he definitely had that attitude of, great, what am I being dragged into now? Because I can relate to that attitude with all of you all the time.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But even still, I appreciated a lot how much he grew as a character throughout the entire expansion. And at the end, absolutely. He's a great character.
Yeah.
that you
Also,
go.
yeah.
Go
Also,
ahead.
the developers really felt like doing emotional damage to him towards the end of the story.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that emotional damage in a moment. We'll get to
Yes.
that.
Another small thing is I also do like just the different perspective he gives because unlike other characters, he isn't like automatically a fighter. He's a gleaner.
He is very much it. Like I said, it's very refreshing
Yeah,
to have someone go with you that isn't combat oriented.
yeah, and
Um,
he can also
like
think of
eventually, I can see him slowly developing combat skills because he's going to go out adventuring by himself.
yeah, or potentially
Well,
or
he
potentially
seems like the more adventure. If he were to become a scion, the closest parallel might be Tataru. But he's more of the. He's like. He could easily fit a similar niche as Tataru does, however, being more active. Tataru is
Yeah.
much more of a being behind safe zones and diplomacy and all that.
Yeah.
He
I
would.
do want to note one key little thing that they hinted at his marksmanship.
Mhm.
Yep.
They hinted at it, and they
So-
mentioned a bow, so I can see him being some kind of archer class.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because the Vera aren't like literally, specifically lore-wise directly tied to archers or anything. No, like Final Fantasy 12 and how
Yeah,
Fran
no.
starts.
Like he even notes he doesn't have he's not a favorite of the guns. Like he
Mhm.
noted that in while we were in the area.
Yeah. Also,
and
I'm gonna
that
give
he likes the bow more.
I'm gonna give a quick apology. My mom called for me, so I'm gonna see what she needs.
Okay, we'll continue the conversation.
Oh, okay.
But on to my biggest, I feel like was an insult to my culture in the United States of where I've lived. The Arizona area.
Mhm.
All right, I just want to say is I'm sorry, dev team, but if you're gonna make something based off of cowboys, if you're gonna make something based off of a geological area that literally looks like Arizona, or do your actual history book, for God's sake.
I mean, there are a lot of ways that they could have based things on cowboys, and Arizona is not
They
the
based
best approach.
it feels like they based it off of Arizona.
Yeah. Like they could have gone Gold Rush. They could have gone, the
No. I can tell you right now, they didn't base it off of any history.
They were just like,
No,
this is what
They
Arizona
based it off
looks
of
like.
movies. This is the Japanese perspective we have of what a cowboy is in our country. This is what the U.S. thinks that what cowboys are. That is because I've literally have heard, like literally going through that. Everyone has a potty mouth.
Mhm.
All right. I've had Japanese students. I've had Japanese students in my classrooms in
Mhm.
college.
Uh-huh.
And when they're shown when I was shown a picture of what I thought cowboys were in my Japanese cultural class, I was like, what the fudge?
Mhm.
Wait,
Yeah,
why?
In most westerns and spaghetti westerns and all that, though, at least American-made westerns, that doesn't look like Arizona, though. It's usually it's very much a dust bowl, but that area has way too many cacti and shit like that. Usually, cowboy stuff is just flat dirt, flat brown dirt and bushes. That's
No,
basically it.
Again, just the way and how they writ the characters in every area
Mhm.
of that was literally, am I actually going through a cultural thing, or am I going through literally a movie prediction of what cowboys were in the Wild West that is shown in so many other states as a poor representation and show of what that is?
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
Because
with that.
I was sitting here going, okay, I get it. It's supposed to be based off of cowboys. I get it. It's supposed to be based off of Arizona. But Arizona is so much more beautiful than what they gave. Like, flat out, it is way more beautiful than what they gave. Like, my mother has shown me pictures and oil paints they had. Or no, not my mom, but my grandpa. My grandpa. He showed me pictures of Arizona, and they were beautiful pictures. Yes, there was a whole lot of nothing in certain parts, but it was beautiful, beautiful sunsets, beautiful colors of the rocks, of multiple different shades of beige and white and reds in the rock, different interesting plants. Like, it wasn't just cactus and dry bushes everywhere. And then on top of that, again, it looks like it was just a movie. It felt like a movie set. And again, why did everybody in that area have to cuss?
Mm-hmm.
There was not a single character in that area that didn't cuss. Like, granted, yes, we cuss a lot too as gamers. I get it. But realistically speaking, like, why was there so much cussing? There was no cultural, like, reason for that. Like, I genuinely don't understand. It almost just felt like a direct stab at the US for that area and that part of history. I'm just like, you know, like, when you mentioned Gold Rush, I feel like there was a little bit of that element put in with the Corellium, which we didn't even touch. We didn't even touch it. It was just kind of a background thing. It was kind of remind us of, like, the whole oil riggings and, you know, we're finding this rare mineral and then we're, you know, liquefying it and building. I get that, but we didn't even touch that. We didn't even go over that, hardly, in the story. And I'm just sitting here and I'm just wanting to bang my head. I'm like, okay, great. You guys had a good setup area, but you're presenting it as if it's a stab. Like, I get it. You know what, the US not great. It's in all by fair accounts, it's not great whatsoever, and it doesn't present itself in great ways across the world. I get it. But for goodness sakes, don't just, I don't know, give an area that's plain, boring, and then make the culture also plain and boring? Like, congratulations, you did a good job, you know, building the space, but again, you let it drop. And it just felt like an insult to me going through that area. I was just like, I've seen pictures. Why would you do this?
If I am back with some food here, and if you don't mind me chiming in for a second, my favorite part of the zone story was literally just a moment that could be best summed up as messing with a guy. Taking the villain to zone to where Zakara was so that he could do the whole duel thing and just get that plot over with.
My thing with, oh my god, that kid, the kid with the fucking blonde redhead. I hated him so much. He was so annoying. He was so annoying to me. Like, I get it. It was a kid trying to do the right thing, but he made me think of another streamer. And it annoyed the unholy crap out of me. Because I'm like, if this kid was actually built off of this particular streamer I'm thinking of, and that was the premise for his character, I'm, again, disappointed in the dev. I'm genuinely disappointed in the dev teams for that area. They could have made it so much more beautiful. They could have made it a little bit more special. Gave us crap to work with. I was kind of wondering if it was going to be a little bit of jungle because of the geography and like where we're coming from has a lot of jungle, and I was expecting, you know, past that canyon wall that we had on, you know, geography speaking, would have been more desert. That's fine. You know what? That makes sense. All right. But then the area we're in, I felt like it should have been more just jungle, more forest, more luscious atmosphere that we could have been playing. Gosh. I'm losing my train of thought. Go on, talk, please. You're like, I don't have anything to talk about Evelyn or the area. It's just Arizona to me.
Yeah, it is. It is literally just a. Honestly, there's one moment. Time for that phrase I mentioned. It feels like filler. It feels like a small little filler moment in the story. Outside of interactions with Annerville, I did not really feel much about it, and sadly, it doesn't even have the one positive that I think post-patch, like post-game MSQ that Endwalker had with the whole Void thing that happened. Which is that it...
Yeah, that's another issue. Is like, oh, we're gonna go to this train station. There's no warning, no nothing. Boom, shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah, we literally, like, the only warning was the earthquake thing, and when shit hits the fan, oh, conveniently another earthquake happens, but it's like, that's not really good enough foreshadowing.
It's not good built up to something going on.
Like, come on, give us a few cutaway moments of Zeroja just preparing his army.
Or, like what I suggested earlier, you know, you have the electro material building up, you know, electricity, reacting to the fusion about to happen.
Yeah.
That would have been a good little hint teaser, like, ooh, something's gonna happen. Why is this building up energy?
Yeah, the only... Actually, this actually just came to mind. The only thing I would really see as a potential problem to that is mostly just the whole thing of why is the electro reacting to the key being used, but I think that could have been potentially explained as the key, like, amplifying some device and Everkeep, and that's why there's a reaction from the electro.
The little thing is, like, and when the electro is being used, all of it's reacting to one another. It's just a singular entity.
Yeah, that's why I say we would have to probably do it that way. They'll probably do something on that, where something in Everkeep is using basically amplifying the key to do that, because it's the key itself isn't made out of electrope. The key it's made of beats me what the fuck that thing's actually made of.
I know who made that key. I know who the fucking made that key.
I mean, it's not like the
I'm gonna go hunt that Asian's ass and go beat him.
It was probably one of the Asms, or a reflection of an Asm, and that is.
I don't care. I'm gonna go find him and I'm gonna go beat his butt because he's the reason why a lot of this keeps happening.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I had a feeling this might happen, but I do. It's like it's really hard to kind of remove those fuckers from anything because they have done too much.
They are the core. They built the core part of this game, so it's impossible to.
Yeah, it is literally impossible. No matter, like, you could have characters as like recurring villains throughout the later parts of this new 10-year story that we're on.
I don't think he's a villain. I just think he's the guy who likes to play some joke. Because everything he's put in place has been neutral as fuck.
Yeah, it's like it could be good. It could
like,
be.
Here. No bad thing's gonna come of this. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Yeah. It definitely feels like the Asm one is definitely like a more of a neutral thing where it could go either or based off of the person's intentions.
It makes you think of Kafka. I'm just gonna say it.
Oh God. I swear to dear God, if we go to one of the reflections, and I swear if Kefka's an Asm, I'm going to be like, well, that. On one hand, that's ridiculous. On the other hand, knowing some of the shit Asm has given 14 over the years, that makes way too much fucking sense.
Okay?
Yep.
Elmina?
I just don't really have anything in particular to add to this.
Sorry, we're getting off track here.
Yeah, anyways.
Good.
Anyways, shit hits the fan. Zeroja attacks the city. People die. We see foreshadowing to the whole. We see some souls being extracted, and we see two different types of soul foreshadowing to regulators later on in the story. Actually, some good foreshadowing for a change.
I wanna go over the attack on the city. Yep. I kind of hate how the whole situation was literally just a sum of us, just a cutscene running through the city.
Yeah.
We really don't feel an impact from the attack at all.
If I can also use this as a bit of a springboard for a second, why are there a bit of... And I could think of 3 cutscenes at the top of my head. There's the attack on the city one, there's the us going to save Wuklamat one, and then there's the train cutscene when we're going to break into the Vanguard dungeon. Why weren't those solo instances? Why didn't we have a solo duty with those 3 moments of the story?
Saving Wookiee, I would say, I don't think needed a solo instance, but us going through the city and helping out civilians,
Yeah, I mean, they
think
do
should have been a solo event queue instance.
Yeah.
As a train. Of course, yeah, these billboards are so good at totally, be good enough as armor.
Yeah, I'm only saying those 3 specifically because there is a very lack of, like, solo instances and, like, in this expansion, it feels like, especially in the first half.
I would have had so much fun if we could control the turret and actually was doing the whole, like, shooting thing like you do in the Golden Saucer where you're actually shooting down.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of too.
The attackers.
I'm gonna be honest, that is my most disappointing cutscene for that one specific reason, and why I wish so much it was a solo instance.
Elmina, would you have enjoyed that if that was something that was put into that scene?
Honestly, probably, yeah. And in all honesty, another thing, I feel like, even going into all of that and the big combat and everything, I feel like it's a massive cop-out. The 30-year time skip, if you really think about it, the everything and bit of story that came with that, all of it is a cop-out. All of it.
What? Okay, I want to do some quick clarification. We technically don't have a time skip.
We do.
No,
mm-hmm.
no.
It's one section.
Not us specifically. The reflection had a 30-year jump.
Yeah, and that's so Zeraldar, whatnot. He had 30 years to plan, and everything involving Bunny Boy. The reason all that tragedy exists is because there's a 30-year gap between him and what happened to his family, his friends, all that. And the reason that Zeraldar has such a powerful army is because he had 30 years building it up. And I'm like, dude, it's been a week. Like this is such a cop-out. The entire plot past that from that attack and going forward is entirely based on the cop-out of, oh, there's a 30-year gap between them, so he's had so much time to plan this invasion. And it's just like, I just did not I appreciate the story for itself, but the entire premise is a cop-out.
If I can kind of jump in real quick. First of all, I was going to... Yeah, for a second I thought you meant time skip as a general time skip. My bad. Second of all...
No.
Yeah, second of all, we've seen something like this happen in the story before. In fact, Garhatia literally brings it up once we get into the dome, which is the Crystal Tower in the first. Literally happened in a similar manner to this.
Yes, but it wasn't used as a cop-out, is the thing. Like,
yeah, it wasn't done in a way where he's like, I built up all of this frustration, I am Dark Vader, and like it wasn't, the way how they executed it.
Yeah. I mean,
if he was coming into the situation and wasn't planning that 30-year dip.
Mm-hmm.
And he was confused, like genuinely confused, like why his father was still alive.
Yeah.
Then, wait a minute, I'm here to challenge Wook. Like if we were to run into that throne room and he's sitting there going, wait a minute, where is Wookalamat? And is confused on why his father is there and not Wookalamat. That would make a whole lot more sense. No, I'm just saying. Because I don't think that... Because even Seraphine, I'm going to bring her into this, didn't know about the time indifference. She didn't know about that. Alright. Let's take that into consideration. But he acted like he completely knew about the time indifference. Which, to me, feels like a huge, giant, I see the Gratia emote chat. I see it. I need to know where you got that. To me, it's very misaligned. Simply because we do see Seraphim seeing the death and destruction. You do see her feeling bad and feeling like she didn't want it. That was the impression I got. And the way how she doesn't, quote unquote, share views with the king. Or, you know, she's doing all she can to protect her people, and she's doing all this to do that. I can understand that. However, the time skip, I do have to agree with Elmina in this case, was kind of a cop-out. Simply because it seemed to be only one character was aware of the time jump. If it wasn't just one character aware of the time indifference, prior to Gratia going inside the dome and explaining that there's probably a time jump and everyone's seeing the buildings decay and everyone's got a different, feel what's going on currently. Like, he seems like him in that scene seemed to have been disconnected. And him going, I have been planning this for 30 years and all that stuff. I have to agree. Like I said, I agree with Elmina. It was definitely a cop-out choice on the writers for that scene in particular.
Yeah, I could finally unmute myself on stream because goddamn, my parents decided to talk about politics. Oh god.
You were muted on stream?
Yes, I was muted on my stream because my parents decided to talk about politics.
Oh.
You guys are good. Just better
Okay.
gotta mute myself.
But
yeah, no, I don't hate them. It's just a small annoyance at worst. Like,
yeah, let's get back to the conversation.
Yes. Okay. Finally. Now, since I can feel like I can talk without my stream missing anything. Yeah. No, I definitely agree. I just want to bring that up because I know some people like to flip-flop their opinions if new information is brought up that they, quote unquote, did not pay attention to or were not aware of.
I mean, we also have a lot of people who skip the cutscenes because at this point, the general player base was skipping cutscenes.
Yep.
What?
I know, Elmina, you were one of them.
Yeah.
Putting me to sleep. I've watched some of them. Okay, some.
Honestly, I'm just gonna be honest. I felt like the second half of the story kept me more awake than the first half.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
Like when Elmina was going through the story, and this is why he had nothing to say after a certain point of the first half of the story. I was literally telling him, skip everything until level 97.
Yeah.
Because everything up to that point was kind of pointless.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know if this is skipping ahead or not, but I'm just gonna say this real quick. I felt like the story would have definitely benefited from shortening that first part and lengthening out the second part of it by a little bit.
Yes, I can agree with that.
Like, yeah. Also,
I can definitely agree with that.
yeah. Also, just because this was on my mind and I forgot to bring this up earlier when we talked about, how Pokemon should have had less scenes in the second half. The only exception I would have given, and this is because the two are technically family, is the scenes with Gruulja. Because the two are family, and it makes sense that you will give more screen time to Pokemon by proxy and more dialogue to her because her and Gruulja are exchanging words. Makes sense. They're family.
Yeah, that would make more sense if that was happening, but she was literally eating up.
Yeah, she was literally eating up time that could have been given to literally any other Scion, or, I mean, for crying out loud, the two Scions that basically got back practically nothing to do with this expansion, Estinian and Estola.
I feel like we're gonna see more of them later on.
Yeah, I have a feeling we might too, because, post-game patches, we still haven't gotten because it's of course it's still 7.0. So by obvious logic, we have not gotten 7.1 and onwards in the
Yeah.
MSQ that happens with
I'm
that.
as much as yes, I would like to see more of them in the story, but they weren't actually with us for a huge chunk of the story.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
also true. But at the same time, it's like you could have just had maybe some cutaway moments with them potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of like Estinian, do you not remember, Amanda, when we were getting to the end because we both completed the story at the same time, and like the final cutscene, I was like, "Oh hey, Estinian's back." He just disappeared for like half the story, and then he sits there in the final cutscene. I was like, "Oh hey, look, it's Estinian. He exists still."
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
it literally felt like the guy was not there for like 99.9% of the story. Like he was there for like a few moments. Like first scene when we walk into like the throne room, he's there, having a bit of a duel with Guru Tata.
Honestly, I feel like he was there as like the introduction to the king and his love to fight.
Yeah, and then of course, and that eventually was followed up later on with the duel, the solo instance we had fighting the king.
Yeah.
Which I'm just going to debate this with myself, but I'm kind of questioning if I should count that as potential foreshadowing that the head of reason was actually dead the entire time or not. Because that was.
I would say yes. I would kind of been that situation would have been foreshadowing.
Yeah, because
in that situation,
you'd think the head would have woken up when he tried to use that resolve and reason rekindled ability. It would have been like, wait, what's going on?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Resolve and reason may be rekindled, but yeah. Reason ain't kindling.
Doesn't matter if they rekindle if reason is dead.
Exactly.
Looping back.
Hey, corpses can be lit on fire too.
I just have to wonder, like, what is the health damage of having a dead head or a dead body part to you? Like, what is the actual like biological damage with having like a dead body part?
I mean, honestly, that particularly bugged me because, being totally honest, if that head was dead, it would have rotted. Like,
yeah.
with his body continuing to provide there would be no reason for his head to die if his body was still properly providing it, with blood and all of that. Like that head, there's no. I cannot imagine a biological reason why that head would even be dead without the other one being dead. And if it is dead, necrosis should have set in. That thing should be like rotting and then that necrosis would have spread to the rest of his fucking body. That head would have been poisoning him. He would have died because he had a dead head attached to his body without that head being removed. Like, it should have literally just been cut. If they wanted to play that off, they should have cut that head off and then had, like, a fake one put on there. And then maintain that. But no, he literally had a dead body part just hanging off of him for years.
Yeah, that's also just a giant, like, scratch in your head moment there. Because with how they kind of, like, describe his death, it sounds like it died from old age, honestly. It just passing away all of a sudden. Like, that sounds like a case of dying of old age, but it's like, okay. But that raises more questions. Does the head not rot because there's still one head that's, like, capable of functioning, and the head's just more or less just not active?
But even then, old age, that wouldn't make sense, because if they're both connected to the same body...
Yeah, but it's also...
Like... The only thing that could have potentially died of old age would have been like the neurons in the brain. But even people who die of old age, the brain isn't usually what goes. When they die of old age, their heart goes, their liver goes, their kidneys go, their lungs go. Their brain is usually still active when they die of old age. Why would the brain be the first thing to go?
Yeah, that's the only kind of... Yeah, that one I feel like is definitely in the...
That's a huge Like, the only thing I can think of is if they were using magic to, like, preserve the head, so it wouldn't,
Yeah.
like,
I mean, they did
do
say
biological damage.
they did mention how the thing that he was wearing was to preserve like the magic of the head or something like that earlier on in the story. So that could have maybe have been foreshadowing or kind of leaning into the idea that magic was being used to literally preserve the head, so it doesn't.
It is a good possibility. It's a good possibility, but
Yeah.
I want to get us back to where we are at. Tell me what you guys thought about Seraphine.
Oh boy. The character with the second most speaking lines of the expansion.
What was your thoughts on her? One of the things I was told that she's a lot like Meteon, which I highly disagree.
I absolutely freaking disagree with that take as well. Like, I am sorry. No offense to Meteon.
She's not as cute as Meteon.
Yeah, but it's also just another deal of like, most of Meteon's problems was because Hermes didn't think his question out that well, and basically sent Meteon and her sisters out, and basically gave the bird depression.
I feel like there's a little more to that.
There is a little bit more to that, but that is the oversimplification of it.
But, Elmina, what was your thoughts on her?
Better character than Wicklemat?
I mean, he's not wrong. Speen is.
No, you're not. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, they have the same goal, but she has more character development, more character depth.
The death of Otis was probably the moment when the straw broke the camel's back.
Huh?
Otis dying in the one solo instance where you're going around and helping the civilians of Instance 9 because Zorul Jaw's an asshole decided to order the army.
Yeah, I remember that bit. Yeah, Otis dying probably what broke the camel's back for her.
Yeah.
And honestly, rightfully so, her character adjusted accordingly. Writtenly, like she's supposed to, unlike a cough female Naruto.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you believe it?
She was a really good character. I genuinely like going into her and like getting her vibe of like you really didn't get a sense that there was nothing wrong with her at all. There was nothing wrong. She was a genuine person up until Wolclemat's babysitter or mom memory was erased. That's when you go, wait a minute, something's not right.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, Seraphine doesn't really explain it or go into it until you actually get into Solution 9. Which honestly, I don't know if waiting that long would have been a wise idea.
Yeah.
And I'll say it again, when we got to Solution 9, I was like, please, anyone but we'll come back to
Yeah. Yeah, before we got into Solution 9, I don't know if we're going to touch on this with a bit more detail when we get into the raid, if we end up talking about that. But I do like how we get like a little bit of world building of what the regulators are used for, and we get confirmation because, you know, the Vanguard dungeon gave some foreshadowing with the final boss on regulators, and then we get like concrete information on how they function.
The Feral Soul.
Yep, the Feral Soul.
So...
And then we see it, and this is just me going to be gushing real quick. I do love just how they take that and how they use it for the Arcadion.
So I find it funny because this is basically Final Fantasy IX history repeating itself. For those who have played Final Fantasy IX.
I will do so in the future. I have bought the game.
I know, but hearing your perspective on it versus someone who has, which Elmina has played Final Fantasy, I want to hear, like, for you specifically, how do you feel about overall uses of souls and how that's built into the culture? I mean, I want you to speak on this after he gives his answer. because I think it'd be a cool little contrast between the two of you.
It makes sense why they do what they do. I'm definitely, agreeing with our character how the souls should not be used in this manner. It should be set back to the ethereal sea as intended. Because that's literally how the process of life and rebirth is supposed to happen. But I, as much as I disagree with their usage, I get why they are resorting to what they did. They went through a lot of shit, and this is literally the one thing they thought of to kind of preserve their species the best they can. Even though, like I said, I do have my personal disagreements with the methodology in question, being using literal
I
people's
need to
souls.
make a head pat for my character.
Head pats are nice.
Yeah. Okay. And that's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, more or less. It's...
Elmina.
I don't particularly have a huge amount to go really beyond that, but one thing I did honestly kind of bug me about the entire concept and how they were utilizing it is I feel like there's a not very well explained and potential massive oversight with the existence of the beast souls versus the human souls. And of course there's the issue like where we've got, the concept of similarly as Yomi was mentioning, like the souls aren't able to go back, so we've got kind of an IFA tree situation. We've basically got a digital IFA tree going on. But if the way that they've evolved their technology, right, to make it so that we don't have the conflict of the souls like we're seeing in the shadow, the place that the realm, the reflection that was taken over by shadow and the void, was to basically wipe one soul clean and mirror the soul they wanted on top of it so that they can use it that way. I feel like the existence of beast souls makes a massive hole in their entire logic and sacrifice. Because if they can use beast souls to gain power, this means that they can simply use beast souls to begin with. So if they're able to wipe a soul clean so that it's simply energy and then imprint the correct soul on top of it, why do they have to use human souls to do that?
So that was explained by Ellen's mother.
I guess I missed that part because I feel like it doesn't, the logic doesn't fully...
Because she said that the souls have to be of similar connection. It's dangerous to use beast souls because it can take the soul. It's a different texture of soul. It's the way how she kind of explained.
There's a lot of humanoid monsters out there.
Yeah, there is a lot of humanoid monsters. I'm not saying it's not a plot hole, but the specific beasts that they're talking about are actual beasts, like wolves.
Yeah,
Ixion.
but I mean, like, so I can get wolves and Ixion, but like, again, like, go after the frickin'
Bumpking.
Go after the lizard. If you want to go ahead and hunt the beast tribes, basically. If you really want to use souls, if you go after the fucking beast tribes, hell, for most expansions, ours Source didn't have a problem with that.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. Does Alexander have that knowledge that there is beast tribes?
One would think that they should.
One would think, but we also have to think here too. Look at Trawal, all right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no beast tribes, technically speaking.
Yep.
They're kinda, in Tulial, there is though, it's just they've kind of recognized that the beast tribes are actually intelligent. Because if we look at the original, like the Vanu and whatnot are beast tribes. If we look at like a Realm Reborn lore, the Vanu would have been considered animals. They wouldn't have been considered people. The Jaja people, they would. So I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we don't see really any of those people in the cities either over there, which implies that they have not come to the realization that those peoples aren't animals. Therefore, I feel like that in and of itself is like, since we've seen that in every reflection, there is some instance of the beast tribes.
Yes,
And
but
we
if you
see
notice
no
in
beast tribes
Alexander, there
there.
was none.
See, but also if you notice in places like, Limsa Limenza,
Yeah.
in like A Realm Reborn. So the logic would then be implied that they have a similar mentality to the original mentality that we had in the very beginning of the game
The
going forward.
closest mention of a beast tribe is when they were mentioning the village that was on the bridge,
Mm-hmm.
where you weren't allowed to pass the bridge unless you were a married couple.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only recommendation that they said, well, I am a descendant of a tribe. That is the
Mm-hmm.
only time they reference something as a tribe in the entire area.
But that still implies that that concept exists. It was just deliberately sidelined as unimportant. But because it was sidelined as unimportant, it still implies that that concept is there and therefore would have been a solution to their problem if they had explored that. But in all the centuries of them having these problems since Sven was first, killed and brought back in the
1,000 years.
yeah, they apparently never thought of that, which just feels weird to me.
It is an oversight. It is a big oversight. But again, this is where I go. This is where I feel like history is repeating itself.
Mm-hmm.
For Final Fantasy IX, for taking it through the Final Fantasy IX lore and what was put into Final Fantasy XIV
Mm-hmm.
to be the quote-unquote lore of 9. Alright?
Yep.
We had people from another planet fleeing to Gaia, because that was what Nine's planet was called, Gaia.
Yep, and siphoning souls to be used as energy.
Siphoning souls as a use of energy, and also the tree was implanted to be the groundwork to fuse the two planets, because the first time they did it, it failed.
Yep.
Alright, and this is where I'm drawing my parallel on, is that they did mention that the first time they attempted it failed.
Yep.
So they tried it smaller with the dome, which has a mechanical, the life of tree. So this is where I'm looking at going, well, time is repeating itself, but this time we stopped that cycle from reaching that point.
Yep.
Reaching that point where, we have an invasion of souls. Or an imbalance happening on the planet, much more to the degree of what happened in 9.
Yeah.
Yo.
Which was briefly covered in the area, if you paid attention to what some of the people were saying, before you went through the museum section. Very, very briefly. Very tiny. But that's where I personally was drawing a correlation that time was repeating itself. That enough time has passed, and because they ran out of souls, because that's what happened for them before they tried the fusion, their crystal of their planet was dying.
Yo.
The crystal of the planet was changing the planet to be undesirable. Souls were running out, just like what's happening for Seraphine's people.
Yo.
So they seek to repeat that solution. Dog, are you okay?
And they've done it 8 more times, and this time it's solution 9.
Boo, get some new material.
But when it came, I thought it was a cool correlation. I liked a lot of the infusion they did with 9 culture into 14 setup.
Bit of a...
That was really nice.
Yeah, bit of a side thing. One thing about, if you go back and, play other Final Fantasies games, I feel like you definitely appreciate time. You'll definitely be... The players who go and play, other Final Fantasies are definitely going to appreciate and probably notice times where they take elements from other Final Fantasy games and put them into 14 and add on them in clever ways. And
Yeah.
and sometimes it's as simple as, oh hey, I recognize that enemy from like enter Final Fantasy game here. Either, an enemy specific that you see from different franchises, you just so happen to recognize the specific model from one, or, oh hey, I recognize that enemy
I'm
type
not
from
gonna
13.
lie, there's a section of Solution 9. I spent a whole, 45 minutes geeking over all the little hints that they had of 9 in this one.
I mean, one thing I particularly actually like about Solution 9 is, while it's got a lot of references, obviously, to Final Fantasy IX, if you look around, really, Solution 9 is taken almost perfectly from Final Fantasy VIII. This is Esthar. Solution 9 is basically Esthar. You've got the floating, curved roads around the giant spires, weird alien, futuristic-looking tech. Like the way if you look up towards the towers, the way those curved roads weave between the buildings and the structure.
Yeah, I
the
see
buildings.
that. I see that.
Yeah,
I was thinking more Xanarkin.
Me too.
I was thinking Xanarkin.
Yeah, I was
similar. I could see that as well.
I was also kind of thinking Xanarkin, also because of partially because of how the city is, but another part because of a certain part later in the story with living memory. I feel like this city is. I feel
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because of living memory, I think this city kind of has started to give me definitely more Xanarkin vibes.
See, my only counter for that is that Xanarkin was not as colorful. Esthar, however, used a lot of this same color scheme. So while sure, it probably is meant to be more a reference to Xanarkin than Esthar,
I mean,
it ends up being closer to Esthar than
if I can
Xanarkin
also say one more thing. Who says they didn't? Who says they didn't take inspiration from both?
That is true.
It's just more Xanarkin that probably has more of a story focus than the similarities compared to Escar that has more of a visual similarity.
It's also entirely possible that Xanarkin, to begin with, took a lot of inspiration from Esthar.
Yeah,
that is true.
Escar was very, from what I remember of Escar, is it had a lot of glass work. Not so much steel like Xanarkin did.
Yeah, this one feels...
It also didn't have a lot of void spaces either. There was not a space in Escar where there wasn't an empty space that could just look down. There was none of that.
You couldn't really look down, but also from the angle, most of Esthar, we wouldn't be able to be where we are right now. In Esthar, you're mostly traveling between buildings on those walkways.
The walkways, yeah. Or the glass tubes.
Yeah, and so if you think, though, from the perspective of being up there rather than down here, if we were walking around on those walkways up there, it would be visibly much more similar to navigating Esthar. Whereas from this perspective, it definitely looks a bit different. But I can very much imagine that if I were to take my character and move them up onto those walkways, it would be almost a perfect copy.
Yeah.
They're driveways, they're not walkways.
Well, driveways, walkways. Hey, I've walked in the road before.
I appreciate it. I like the fusions they've done to make Solution 9. I like how Solution 9 is a reference to one of Zidane's trance abilities.
Yo.
Which is perfect because we have the arena, which is something you did a lot with Zidane.
Yep. Hey, and to add even more stuff on top of that, what is one of the 2 new jobs we got this expansion? Viper. Which is pretty much Zidane the job.
Yeah, pretty much. Just about. Pictomancer, I think, was from
6, I think.
I
I think the character was from 6. It was...
Realm.
Yeah.
Was it Realm?
Realm. Yep, Realm
okay.
from 6.
Okay. I don't know the whole history on Pictomancer. Like, when they introduced Pictomancer, it was the first time I was seeing it. I don't have very good previous knowledge beyond Or
Realm wasn't
before
really
7.
Realm wasn't really counted as a quote-unquote pictomancer, but at the same time, she used a brush, and her primary ability was sketch, where she would do a painting of the enemy she's fighting and be able to attack them with their own abilities through that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is actually real. I'm gonna leave this.
Yeah, in a weird way, I think aesthetically, she ended up laying the foundation to what we would eventually get with Pictomancer in this expansion, but in terms
Yeah.
of gameplay-wise, she definitely reminds me more of a Blue Mage, just off of hearing that.
Yeah. She was like a blue mage that didn't have the ability to stock the skills. She couldn't
Yeah.
I will
couldn't
guys back.
hold
I
on
gotta
to
take
that.
care of something real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, like she basically was a blue mage, but more of a retaliatory blue mage. She would send the enemy's abilities back at them, but it would be on a per combat basis. She didn't gain the ability to just use this enemy's ability next fight.
Just hope they're not immune to their own abilities.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that definitely being a potential weakness for the character, but that's fine. Weaknesses are good. Weaknesses are perfectly a-okay.
Yo.
Strengths and weaknesses are what makes playing characters or classes enjoyable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll also BRB real quick. I need to take something to the kitchen.
Okay.
I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back. Yo,
My puppy was barking at something and he needs to be quiet.
Ah.
Where were you guys in conversation?
I'm just discussing, Realm and the concept of Blue Mage and how in Final Fantasy VI she is a lot like a Blue Mage, but rather than having the ability to stock the abilities like Blue Mages can and then use them later, she's more reactionary and she specifically used the enemy's abilities against them that she is currently fighting. And then Yumi had to go ahead and deliver something to like Mars or whatever. He'll be back after a conversation with Elon Musk.
Overall, we talked about Solution 9. We talked about like the MSQ and the direction it did for kind of what it did for Seraphine. And honestly, I didn't have a problem with her character throughout the entire story at all. I think it made a lot of sense.
I'm back. Thank you.
Let's get into like cutscenes and the story when we were in Alexandar. I'm gonna start with the area that's based off Ternon, the channel area. I have bones to pick with the writers on that one because of just how much they belittled. Like, you have the whole boat scene that you get when you go into that area and you're having that moment with Gratia, and you really are getting a sense of you're not the only one carrying burdens as the warrior of light. He's also, him going through the area, he's also getting that reflection of, if I could done something differently. Or, is it, would he have considered this, of bringing those people back with their souls, if there was that option back? Would he have done it? And then they destroyed that momentum with Wolklamat. They destroyed it. What was your guys' thoughts in that section of the area? I want to hit each area separately.
Okay, I see what... Yeah, I'm not gonna jump ahead, but I'm just gonna say I see what they were trying to do with the ending. of that moment, because every zone seems to have that theme of sort of saying goodbye or having some form of emotional moment at the towards the end of each part of the different 4 zones.
Yeah.
And I see what they're trying to go with there, but for crying out loud, by technicality, Wooklamont and our character would have one with Otis in the next one. Like, was that one really like necessary? Like, if they
Wilclamette ended up getting 2. I'm specifically
Yeah.
talking about the channel area.
Oh yeah, I know, and that's why I'm kind of questioning. Like I get why they did it, but yeah, I don't know. That one is definitely one of those ones where I'm kind of unsure how to feel about. It's like, welcome out to reuse. I mean, what can I say? I feel like I'm kind of a broken record when it comes to those type of things, but this feels like just another Wooklamont getting another moment in the spotlight moment, or being focused on, and while also having another list of stuff. Like, it's not that I have an issue with the scene. It's just, once again, just why Wooklamont?
Yeah. I was just curious what your guys' thoughts on the channel area and that scene, and then just how it was building up to that spot.
Yeah, I think the Graha TM moment was pretty good.
I agree. Also, the Graha TM moment itself was good, but again, it was ruined. But also, I feel like for it being a clear reference to Trino, I think they kind of did a bad job of it, because the environment only barely looked like Trino. If anything, it was a much closer to the water place in Final Fantasy 15. Trino was a more dark, and Trino was a dingier area.
It was a dingy, it was built on water, and it was also a place of entertainment.
Yeah, and this area there was metal lattice work across all of along all the canals. There was white lights and strings making trees and decorations everywhere. It seemed, even though it was clearly supposed to be a reference to Trino, it felt a lot more like the Water City from 15 than Trino, and I really feel like they dropped the ball there.
Yeah,
because it was too bright.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Too bright and friendly.
I mean, it took me a minute to figure out what it was based off of. I didn't figure it out until I heard the Trino music.
Yo.
Because it wasn't, like you said, that kind of dark and dingy. Now, if they had that where like the main street was all colorful and bright and had all the entertainment, and then like the sides of like those streets were more dark and dingy.
Yeah, that would have been just fine.
That would have been fine. But
the whole area was just decorated and bright and shiny and happy and fancy, and it's just like, this doesn't.
If you don't mind me butting in for a quick second, I feel like the only excuse that would kind of justify that is if there was, in the time between 9 and,
14's time.
Yeah, 14's time phrase, at least with, 14's version of 9. Trino has subtly transformed into that, and there was an explanation given to that. How would you two feel about that one, since I know both of you two played 9?
I mean, if they gave a good explanation for it, I probably would have been okay with it, but they never even touched on it. It was just, we were just supposed to accept this is Trino.
I felt like with this, I felt like with the, mind you, I did kind of fast forward to the dialogue because I was trying to get the request done, but I felt like they should have either put that in, like, maybe put a lore explanation to why Trino is the way it is in living memory.
Yeah,
MSQ, or I swear if it was in that one damn Aoife current quest in that zone that I skipped, that's gonna be slightly annoying.
There's a good possibility, but like I pay attention to the side quest of that, and it didn't give an explanation.
Well, then time to see if the sightseeing logs to do anything. Because I know that's another place they like to put lore, but even then, it's like, regardless of where they put the lore, if there was a slow transformation into what it looks like in living memory, it would have been nice to see that in the MSQ, not in other places. And like I said, comes down. Maybe if they short. Yeah.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna look at my chat.
Oh, you're
Discord. Oh, I don't have that command set up. You have to actually go to the About tab and like click on the actually click on the Discord panel and the link underneath, or the link underneath it if you're trying to get to my Discord. Unless you're talking about referencing something else.
But
again, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. But yeah, I feel like they just, yeah, it's like, I mean, once again, to go back to something I said earlier, like, it would have been nice for them to kind of shorten the first part of the MSQ down a little and just add some extra parts to the second part. And I feel like, you know, having a little moment in the second part where, you know, we learned that, you know, Torino wasn't always like the beautiful city that it is, or the city that we see.
It would definitely make it nice if they would have taken the time to explain why it was the way it was, because like Elmina was just noting, Trinone was very dark. It was very it was like the city of thieves. Flat out, it that's what it was. It was basically a place for city of thieves. It was also a city of entertainment. It also housed the house for Kuja, someone I referenced while we were doing the normal raids. Just because of the fact that there was no reference of that. There was no reference to that. It was just like they only pay attention to one section of Trinone and said that looks good. I would have to agree with you though that I would have, as someone who has played 9, I would have loved to have seen a little bit of a history bit of like why that living memory of Trinone was the way it was. That would have been kind of cool.
Honestly, like, also if we've gone into the second section by now, right? Or are we still on the first one?
Yeah, let's go into the second.
Well, because I want to say, like, I think that's it, because I want to tie what you just said into the second section with what we had in the play. I feel like that was a great opportunity to explain some of the story, and they could have included stuff about why Trino area looked so bright, or more story. But instead, they just rehashed what we had already been told in previous story.
Yeah.
So it was such a ball drop. Like they just dropped the ball there. Because there was they could have used that play to explain so much story, but it was empty because all it was 30 seconds of what we already know.
I think
you have to admit it was funny though.
It was. I enjoyed it. I did enjoy it, and I watched that whole thing. I can't say I didn't like it. That was one of the few parts of the story that I actually enjoyed. But they still very well could have used that opportunity to expand upon the lore and tell us something we didn't already know.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest piece of new information that was added to that segment is Otis, at least the endless version. I'm assuming we could apply somewhat of this knowledge to the robot Otis we met earlier on in the story, but apparently Otis does indeed have PTSD confirmed.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that don't even get me started. The way it was explained to Robot Otis, there shouldn't have been an Otis here. Because Robot Otis was made with the original soul, is what we were explained to, and the original soul was not. They had failed to really advance the technology far enough, and so the way that his robot vessel functioned, it was not compatible with their soul and memory technology.
Hold up. I have a little nitbit.
Okay.
Because his part of his memory was separated from, like, he knew who he was, he didn't know before then, from when the experiment happened. He knew who Queen Seraphine was. He knew who he was, and he knew his duty. That was it. Everything before that life, he didn't have. For Robot Otis. So when we're going to the living memory, because remember, everything there was also built up on the memory. His memories were separated from his soul.
Yeah. Another thing I also want to
So
mention.
he could have been just a replication of his own memories, too.
I guess that makes sense.
They could have also have used potentially memories of other people of him that help fill in the blanks if needed too.
Yeah.
That makes sense, I guess. It just felt weird to me because no one else was in the same... I feel like it cheapens who he was as a robot to have him over here, because it was even specifically described that he was put in that robot body before the technology existed. He was the first, experiment, and therefore he was incomplete. And to go ahead and say that his level of incompleteness was a stepping stone before they created that memory technology, and then to go ahead and say, oh, well, now the memory technology, here's his memory over here, it feels like that completely cheapens the entire character and what was explained to us about him being an experimental portion of that technology before it was completed. Like, I feel like them just turning around and saying, oh, well, we replicated him anyway. Here he is in living memory. But how? His memory was gone. Like, he was an experiment before they were capable of making the living memory. It was him being used as a baseline to allow them to advance the technology far enough.
Yeah, it is a little bit. It is a little bit of a loophole, but the only way I can think of it that could be explained, because the only way they were able to do it the first time around was separating the memory from the soul.
Yep.
And the thing is, we were never given an explanation what happened to his memories in the first place.
Yeah.
So for all we know, it could have been stored in a shard or something.
Yeah, and another thing I also want to bring up, they also mentioned like everybody in living memory is formed on the memories of the people.
Yeah.
They are not their soul, for lack of a better term, is gone. It is either being used by somebody to come back to life or is in storage. The two have been separated. All that is left is pretty much the memories of that person.
Yeah.
That's an interesting name in convention now I think about it, actually. Because I was literally about to say something, for lack of a better term, they're literally a living memory, and then I realized, those cheap little sons of...
The place's name is Living Memory.
Those cheap little sons of bitches.
Alright, like... I enjoyed the play. I think the play was funny. I did enjoy the Aether Current that was with it. It referenced the play from the actual game.
Yeah,
do you want to be my canary?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
I thought that was a nice touch.
Yeah, I liked the play. Not too much I can say because I've not played 9, so yeah. It was a nice little funny moment.
The next area where Kryle runs into her parents.
Did somebody ask for the emotional gloves to be readied?
Well, I just want to mention, because Elmina was with me, we ran into somebody who got really emotional because their parents actually, died.
Yeah, they had said that they were from, I forget which country
Korea.
it was. Yeah, South Korea, and they had come to the United States for school or something like that, and their parents died while they were at school, when they were here for 8 years or something like that, and they weren't able to go back home, and so it had affected them a lot like that, because their situation was similar, that they couldn't be there with their parents.
Yeah. And I feel like when Kryle was meeting her parents, I feel like that was well written. Especially when Gratia was like trying, like we're all sitting there. It's super awkward. We're all trying to figure out what are we gonna do. Like how are we going to, how are they gonna break the ice?
Yep.
And it took good old Gratia, to be that awkward like student or awkward friend who's like, you know what? I'm gonna intervene. Runs off, go get some ice cream, and he's like, into his ice cream to break the ice. I was literally going, what is he doing? Oh no. Because I've had my best friend do that. My best friend has done that.
I'm just gonna say this real quick. Giga Chad for willing to eat ice cream that literally tastes nothing to living people just to break the ice between a friend and her parents. and
it made them giggle too. That was something I thought was really a nice touch too. On top of that, it was just like they all know it tastes nothing to the living, but it didn't matter. It was a distraction, something to get them going, to have a good memory.
Yep.
And the encouragement that like Kryle's parents gave to like go ahead, shut it down. We don't want to be used anymore.
Yeah.
We don't want this anymore. Really set the tone in a very good way.
Yeah.
Notice how we went from positive, a lot of negative, to positive for this story.
Yep. It's almost as if the story and quality is a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, again, like I said it before, I'll say it again. They should have stopped Wooklamat's everything at level 93, and then the level 97 stuff should have been the primary focus of the entire expansion.
The only thing that really gives me pause about that... actually, no, it's actually the only thing that really gives me pause is the exact level range. Yeah, I would have made an argument for like level 95 or maybe level, or if they still wanted to have.
I say 94.
Yeah, my only thing
so
is
we're
like
not so we're not super rushing through all the tribes and people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm also the only reason why I say level 95 is literally the level 95 dungeon, and if they want to have literally like every dungeon that they ended up having. But actually,
every dungeon. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Honestly, tying in as well though, like they had too many actual story quests. They had when you consider all of the just retarded frickin' walking around and talk to this person, there are more than enough story quests to go from 90 to 100 without even doing a dungeon or a roulette or a side quest. There is so many story quests that you would be at level 100, regardless of anything else, if you do nothing but story before you even get to the level 100 quests. And for the fact of for how many of them were filler and unnecessary, just walk around and talk to people to waste time.
Yeah.
They really could have cut a lot of that out, and if they got rid of a lot of that filler, this story would have been a lot better and a lot more well-paced.
I'm gonna make 2 quick comments. First of all, I get that, if we want to get into technicalities or into how 14 likes to do their quest design, I know like a good majority of it can be simplified as you go to X area, you talk to person, you maybe watch a cutscene, and then you go to next part. But God, there was way too much of that. I absolutely agree. There was way too much of that this expansion.
Yeah, there was no variety for it.
Yeah, and the second thing
if you look at every other expansion, sorry, I want to just build up on what you just said there. If you look at every other expansion, there is downtime. You get 3 or 4 main story quests, and then you've got like a level to do dungeons, side quests, etc. Then you get 3 or 4 main story quests. It's just unending, and most of them are talk to this person, talk to this person, talk to this person. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, another thing I wanted to say is that it's actually kind of nice to hear the perspective of what leveling was like from someone else, because let me tell you, I went back and helped some of my friends who were at more earlier stages of the MSQ here and there.
Oh god.
So I probably had way more EXP than I was supposed to have at given points.
I didn't even do that, and I had extra XP.
Yeah.
Like, I had to go level up a whole nother 2 classes just to, so that way I wasn't so over capped in level. Granted, that bit me in the butt when I hit level 98, because I was actually under level when I hit that quest in particular. But in the long run, it worked out in the end. Why? Because now I have 3 classes at level 100.
I'm certain I could probably go back in my stream if I really, because the VODs are on YouTube, and mind you, 2 parts each, but the VODs are back, and I can go back to the VOD where I reach level 100, and literally probably just count the amount of EXP was wasted because I was already at like level 100 for these. I think I was at level 100 like right as I think.
Right.
Like I think I was at level 100.
I'm still editing the videos for my YouTube. Like, I'm going through and I'm just dividing up the videos based on the arc. Like, okay, this is the quest for the Palo Palo. This is the quest for the bird people. This is the quest for XYZ thing.
Yeah.
Trying to break it up into sections so that way it is more chewable. Because I don't want to post a 7-hour long video like every other streamer on the internet wants to do. No. I want to make short little videos for my streamers so they can eat it in little bite size.
Yeah.
Because if it was painful for me, I don't want my viewers to sit there and go through the pain of just watching a 7-hour video.
Yeah. The only reason why I honestly split my VODs in 2 and uploaded them that way is because A, I have no editing experience, and B, I don't even think I have enough room on this computer to hold like 3 to 4 streams that are like. Yeah, no, it was 3 streams. I think the total length was like 50.
I'm literally
50 hours
from Twitch to YouTube. I'm not using a software. I'm just using Twitch itself to edit.
Gotcha.
I should figure out a software and like actually edit it more professionally, but
yeah, maybe that's something I'll do in the future. Is like get an editing software and just go through it like part by part, just edit it down to a more bite-size thing in the future.
But back to looping back.
Yeah, looping back to that. Honestly, big emotional moment. It was. Yeah, really liked that section of the story. Also got some. I guess you got some extra lore information on the Arcadion, being how it replaced the arena.
Going forward in the story, going past Cryle, because I'm not gonna talk about the quiz thing.
Yeah,
I do have one thing I was salty about in the quiz thing. It had nothing to do with the quiz at all. There was an ether current right to the left of the fucking doorway, and I run forward and I get locked into the cutscene thing, right? And then at the end of the cutscene, we're at the top of a long ass spiral staircase that we're not allowed to jump over the side of, and I'm just sitting there longingly looking down to the bottom, going, but my ether current, it was right there. It was right there.
Yeah.
I was just.
Also. Yeah. Also, who would have thought that Crow's parents are from a different reflection, but Crow's parents' ancestors are from the source? Goddamn. Oh, that is some.
No, what?
Yeah, I thought it was confirmed. I might have to double check.
No, they're from a totally different source. They're not a source, but different reflection. They're not from the source.
Okay, I thought it was the source.
No, they're from a totally different reflection. They jumped to basically Final Fantasy IX's reflection, and then Cryle was jumped to our.
Wasn't it actually kind of implied almost the opposite, that all Lalafels on the source are actually from a different reflection?
Yeah, it is. It has been applied multiple times.
Yeah.
The more you know. Yeah.
But I want to move on to Evelyn's goodbye.
Oh, Aaronville, if the emotional damage wasn't you've sustained thus far wasn't enough.
For me, the minute she said, let's have a little adventure before we get to the memory console, it hit me right in the gut because of my father being in the military. Because I would never know when he was going to go on drill or when he was going to go overseas.
Mm-hmm.
But it was always, hey, do you want to watch some anime?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, do you want to play this game together? You know what? We stay up as long as we want. The minute she was doing that, I was like, I was crying because I was just like, God, shit, damn it.
Yeah.
Yo.
I felt like I was getting punched in the gut.
You got a personally targeted emotional gut punch right there.
Yeah, I did. Like, Grant, my dad is still alive and well and doing well, but it was still that emotional gut punch. She did that same number.
Yoshi just thunderclap gap close to you, and then just whip out the emotional gut punch boxing gloves and just hit you right in the gut.
No. He puts on the emotional damage. Puts the emotional glove on.
Yeah.
If it dashes to me and then gut punches me.
Yep. And then he goes off to the next person on the list.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh boy.
Like, how did you guys feel about that section of Alexander? Get pet treats. Okay, bolt stopper, will do.
Yep. It was.
That's fitting. My father's the one's like, give your pet some treats. He deserves it.
Yeah, it's always. Yeah, it was very nice to see like Aaronville and his mom like interact before the final moments. It definitely also helped make that final moment, you know,
Easier.
Easier. It was also just nice it was also just a little bit nice to see them debate about a creature.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. It was nice. It was great. The final moments was definitely well written. Yeah.
Yeah, particularly I have too much in the way of an opinion on it, but I would say that it was definitely well written. And I'd also like appreciated how it of all of them when it was being shut down, like how they focused on showing everything disappearing, but she was the last one to disappear, and they didn't do the whole she's waving, or it was just her just standing there as she kind of disappears. Like I like that they didn't
make it too sappy.
Exactly. Like they didn't add on any of the real tropes of like the stereotypes that they made it more real, I would say, in doing it that way, and I appreciated that.
Pup, you're not getting any more treats? I just gave you 2. Why are you looking for more treats?
2 is not 3.
My puppy is just laying on the floor right now.
Well, I have a redeemed treat on my channel, so like anyone who redeems a treat, both pets get treats.
Mm.
I don't have any treats for you right now. You got 1 redeemed. 1. He's wagging his tail and looking at me going, is there more?
Oh no.
Puppy, no one's redeemed another treat yet.
So what if someone like redeems like 30 of them?
That's the max.
30 is the max? Okay, well,
Yep.
that's good to know. Like per day?
It's per stream.
So what happens if you go AFK for a minute and then come back? Because that counts as a new stream.
No, it doesn't.
Don't do that thing where you turn off your stream and then turn it back on to start an entirely different one of Flarfie. Someone's going to clearly abuse that.
Yeah, no. I have strong internet connection and there's a 30-second delay, so that way it doesn't lose connection So have a nice day. If the internet does happen to drop, I get a warning in 30 seconds to correct it. So good luck with that.
Yep.
Just donate so many treats that the doggo just needs to start being provided with entire bags of them.
What? No. And then finally we get to the final part of the story with Seraphim, the Alexander dungeon, and all that. At this point, I am allowing dungeon talk now.
Okay. First boss. Trash mobs are kind of whatever. Better than the last dungeon, honestly, for the most part. I feel like, because it didn't have as many. Oh yeah, you have to do this literally one trash mob set at a time pull, like the one before it did. Because God, that one was kind of annoying with how it was annoying. In that sense, the bosses were definitely interesting. Give me 1 second. Oh God.
Dog, what do you want? I don't have treats for you. This is my lip balm. Yes, it's minty. No, you were not eating it.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. The first boss is definitely a whatever boss.
I'll give you You brought me tribute. I will give you tribute.
A little bit of annoying if you miss which direction the AoE started from. But aside from that, nothing really too noteworthy. Second boss requires a bit more awareness, it feels like, but I feel like the Eliminator is kind of just the main star of the show in terms of bosses for the dungeon. Which is good, because it's the final boss of the dungeon. It better be the star. I had a lot of fun on the Eliminator, personally. Although I guess...
I'm gonna let you guys talk for a minute. I'm entertaining the dog, because
Yep.
He brought tribute. He put a doll in my lap, and I'm like, you know what? That deserves a couple treats.
That's fair. That's fair.
The dog gets brought tribute.
See, I don't have much in the way of opinion when it comes to the dungeons. I'm a tank. I just do mechanics. Like, I don't pay much attention to stuff beyond that.
I mean, you can talk about the lore that was in the dungeon, because Alexander Raid was history lore.
Yeah.
There was lore. I don't pay attention to the dungeon lore. I just kill stuff.
I think
I just kill stuff.
Yeah. I do like at the one little small detail I do like, and this is at the end of the dungeon, is the fact that Everkeep was built on top of the Alexandria castle. And it's literally implied because you see them building Everkeep around the castle, and also you can see what appears to be a barrier-like thing in the sky. So clearly, sometime after the attack is when the barrier went up, probably.
Because that is one thing that I would have to say. I do appreciate how when going through the dungeon for Alexandria, the dungeon itself was very well duplicating the actual city of Alexandria from Final Fantasy IX. Like, unlike whatever the hell they did with quote-unquote Trino, walking through the Alexandria dungeon felt like walking through Alexandria in Final Fantasy IX. That I really did appreciate.
I was sitting there going, oh, I hope these are the graphics for the remake. Please!
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Okay.
That's something I want to note. If you ever notice, we were constantly repeating the same street.
Yeah. I noticed that
at
too.
At different points in times.
Yeah, I noticed that too, like, upon, like, repeat playthroughs of the dungeon. It's like, hello, I've already been down this street, like, a few dozen times. And it became very noticeable. Mind you, I don't mind what they were doing. Like, it was kind of neat how you just saw it change over.
I think that was kind of clever just to show you, like, how much like
Yeah, that's what I was going with.
a
I don't.
time lapse as in a dungeon. I think that was kind of clever on their part.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. It's like I don't mind it because of just how clever it is. It's a very clever way to show the sort of snapshots in time that we're getting of the different moments. And I also like, even though the voice to one of my friends is annoying, I do like how the voice also kind of starts to bug out a little bit more towards the end of the dungeon, because as the deletion starts to kind of get closer to completion.
Yeah. Annihilation. Do it. Annihilation. Do it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, when the Annihilator's just going like annihilation, all I can think of is exterminate, exterminate.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
I have too have watched some Doctor Who.
I've not watched Doctor Who. I got it from something else. Then, let's go into what happened after that.
Okay, I'm just gonna flat out and say it, regardless of how anyone here feels about the moment with Wilcombat at the end of the trial, I definitely feel like everything before that was great.
I agree. And honestly, that trial's one of my favorite
just realized we
trials.
skipped a really important bit in the story.
Oh, what did we skip? Or accidentally skipped?
Like, the Everkeep, like,
Oh, yes.
brother, and then the little son.
Shall we quickly go back around just to cover our ass there?
Do we want to go back around and cover that? Because it seems so minuscule to the conversation that we ourselves have just been like, this really doesn't make an impact in story for us.
I mean, being totally honest, in my opinion, the son is unnecessary to the plot. The son is yet another, honestly, bit of terrible writing. Like, why the hell does he even exist? The son shouldn't exist. He has no place in the story except as another element that is placed there to make us, you know, dislike the chosen brother or whatever. Like, the son comes out of fucking nowhere, is never really explained, and he just exists as a, but father, why don't you love me? Like, it was so unnecessary. So unnecessary.
I see.
But that's just my feelings about it.
Yeah. Personally, I have a sinking suspicion he might gain. I say might because, of course, can't see the future, obviously. But I have a feeling he might get some story importance later on, potentially, but I kind of hope so. But
I'm just kind of curious as to, like, who that dude boned to have a kid like that, because there ain't
Yeah.
any more. I mean, there ain't any others like him. Like what other lizard people are in this world?
yeah, I think.
Like,
Yeah, I think it was even stated in one of the cutscenes, like the kid had to basically put two and two together that Zorja was his father, because like there's no
others. There's no other ones.
Yeah, there's no other ones. Like he resembles his father on a degree that no other being in his race can. That isn't a blessed sibling.
Zorulja evolved and coming here into an amoeba, and his son literally just like, one of his legs got cut off, and like he regrew it, and that leg fell off and just became his son. Because that's.
I feel like the son was just made to be a catch for. Well, the king's dead. What do we do with this army? Yeah. Like, no one can get control of this army because there's no heir to the throne.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's the only reason why the son was even written into the story to begin with, is just that catch safety net. Yeah, so if people aren't raging like they did in El Amigo, cough cough.
Yeah.
I feel like they were trying to avoid a repeat of that specific.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just sitting here going like, how does he exist? Like. He had to piece it together, like, oh, that must be my father. Who the fuck's your mother? Like,
yeah.
how How are you?
It takes two to make a kid, so who the fuck was the neglectful mother that gave birth to him?
Yeah.
Or did
like,
Zorljaw just murdered his mom and just threw him aside?
I don't. But even then, like, where there would have to be another lizard person.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the
I
part I've got to raise an eyebrow to.
Even if we argue cloning, he clearly didn't care enough to want to clone himself. So that's not a logical conclusion.
The only thing I can think of is that within the 30 years, like within the area that the dome supposedly took over, the quote-unquote 30-year time gap, because it affected the people all that were in the dome, right?
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is that there happened to be a lizard folk that was in the dome, or some of the lizard folk that were in the dome.
Yep.
One of the lizard folk were like, "Oh, you're the resilient son." Oh, and just falls for him based on that title. She gets used to further his power, has an egg, and then kills him. That's the only logical thing I can think of, but even then, that
feels like a stretch given the bit of personality what value would he clearly doesn't care about carrying on his genetics or anything.
Yeah.
Like, he clearly doesn't care about being a father specifically. He even says, you know, how could I be a father and I didn't have one?
It literally makes little no sense.
I feel like in order, this is once again just more reason why I think they should have taken some parts of the first part and taken that time and put it into the second part. Like, there's even more reason why, because like, if we had a backstory that sure did not redeem the fucker, because let me make that clear, I don't think he's redeemable at this point in the story, but showed that he did have a want to have a kid, but he got blinded by his own personal obsession. He got blinded by his own personal wants, and he casted everything aside for it, which will be fitting for him because that is more or less what he's been doing, casting everything aside for, you know, at least everything that's not useful for him to achieve his own personal goals.
I wish the bucket was overflowing at this point, because this probably is.
Yes.
Well, I've already seen the frog jump out of it at least once, so I mean, it's got enough shit in it that
it keeps the fish keeps hopping out of the bucket. The fish keep hopping out of the bucket on my end because I got the Jeepos going.
Yep.
yeah, but like, so it's only the fish for you then? Because like, it's rare, but occasionally the fish mutates into a frog. And so I'm figuring that the mutation is happening because of the amount of sewage being dumped in there.
Okay, now I gotta escape this, because now I gotta pay attention, because now you said something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes down to it, there's no reason to have that son. There really isn't at all. There's not a good way to explain it in story. There's not a good way to explain it in time. Like, I've heard the argument of, well, anything could have happened in 30 years. Okay, sure, yeah. But his character, and it didn't change within that 30-year time, like, characteristically speaking? No.
If anything, he got crazier and more militaristic, and let's be honest here, if he has no interest in being a father at all or any of that, he already basically conquered this area and became the king. What actual value could just a random female lizard person actually provide him towards his goals? His goals at this point would be totally based on the technology of this advanced land, and there are no lizard people in this advanced land, so the lizard person from this area would hold no knowledge of the technology, would hold no control, no sway over the populace. It would only be an emotional connection, which he has shown to have time and time again no interest in, and almost an allergic aversion to.
Yeah.
So,
But
what value would a female of his species, even given, oh, it's been 30 years, what value could they possibly serve?
The only way that this is even theoretically possible is if he had a temporary change of heart and was somehow able to form.
Even then, that's a stretch. Given
Yeah,
the
even
writing
then
that
it is a stretch. That's another good valid point. That is still a stretch. It's like, it is all, we can only make pure speculation with what we're given, and it is pretty frustrating.
Yeah.
It is.
Anyways, moving on offside of Grueljaw. As much as I love him, that is sadly the poor state that he's in.
Yeah.
Poor,
I mean,
poor
he's
kid.
cool.
Let's
cool.
return to Seraphine.
Yeah.
And the final, trial. How
Yeah.
did you guys like that trial? I liked it.
Yeah,
I absolutely loved it, and I am looking forward to and terrified of the extreme version.
There was only one problem I had with it, or potential problem, and that's when Wilcomot came in. And outside of that, I absolutely fucking loved it. It was a
Okay,
great.
besides Wilcomot, I'm ignoring Wilcomot from this point on because Wilcomot for me is just another Naruto.
I feel like I need to make a specific reference because Wuklomat does use an axe. Here's the Mati!
Wait,
Oh
what?
my god.
Huh?
I know.
I don't get it. What?
I've not seen the movie itself, but I believe that is a meme from The Shining.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
where
well
the
then
guy
that's
is
why.
using
It's a horror movie, so that's gonna be way off my radar.
and it's the iconic scene where he's using a fire axe to cut down the door, and once there's a hole in the door, he sticks his face through and goes, "Here's Johnny." And so I'm just like, he's using an axe to break down the door. Well, Wilclomat, which her other name is Lamati, uses her axe and crashes through. And it's just, yeah, the name that Wilclomat, I think, is a title. I think her actual name is Lamati.
No. Wilcomot's her
Or is
actual.
it the other way around?
Wilcomot is her actual name. Lamati is a nickname.
Lamati.
Okay.
Yeah, that's. Oh, there's the frog.
Yeah. I told you. But yeah. So but I found it hilarious because again, she's using an axe, smashing through the wall, and then Lamati, Johnny,
Lamachi. My bad. It's pronounced Lamachi.
Lamati, the similar number of syllables.
That means sister.
Yeah, but it just lines up too well. It lines up too well. And also the fact that she's desired about as much as he is in that scene,
So, you guys had a lot of fun with that trial. How did you feel about the conclusion of Dawntrail?
I felt like the conversation between Wuklomat and Speen was pretty nice, just a nice little, this is kind of more or less the moral of the last little bit. Once again, insert complaint about Wuklomat being overused here because,
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh because the expression I got from the sun deity is like, don't even get me started,
Yeah.
Just the dying noise I can hear from the other side of the universe on that.
Wuklomat's overused. Let's leave it at that. Move on. Unless the Sun Deity has more to add.
Hey, the only more thing I have to add was it was nice being reminded that Estinian exists in the closing cutscene.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm still here. Oh yeah, we haven't seen you since I'm level 90. You're still around?
I'm literally, I swear to dear God, he's only in 0.1% of the entire expansion, maybe even less. Moving on. But yeah, I thought that was like a last nice little moment at the end there. It's just, you know, stuff happens, that's fine, and it's fine, and, you know, people, you know, the living, you know, we can carry on the memories and, you know, the will of those who died and keep going.
I do like how Evelyn is the one who's voicing overall just across the expansion. I like how he's the one who is voicing the areas and the little summaries of the story at the end.
Yeah,
I really did enjoy his
somebody give Aaronville's voice actor a medal. Please.
Honestly, also that's another thing I really did appreciate as well, and that also felt like a very strong callback to Final Fantasy X.
Yeah.
And I felt like it really gave him a lot more depth, and also showed that he's very likely to be, while Wooklamat, you know, was the main character, it showed that he was on a more subtle level, arguably more important than Wooklamat. And I think that also having him kind of be the narrator sets the stage for how important he's likely to be.
Yeah, I was about to make a comment with like how especially with like once you're done with like the last few cutscenes before the credit and like after the credit's done, and you get the actual turn-in dialogue for the quest. It definitely seems like we might be going on some adventures with him, and it implies that he might be taking a bit of a more important
adventurous output.
Yeah, more adventurous and potentially more important role in the story moving forward, which is.
Well, the thing is like they did that kind of setup too when it came to they've done that trick before when it came to Emic Selk.
Yep.
If you remember in Shadowbringer.
Yeah.
Granted, Gratia was the one who was voicing those, and he became important towards the end of the entire expansion.
Yep.
But when the following expansion, it was Emic Selk who was voicing all the lines.
Yep.
And being the narrator, which ended up being very important later on. Still is important to even into this expansion.
Yeah. There are still places he has mentioned that we have yet to be.
I'm aware.
No, I'm just saying that just as a bit of a general statement for those who've forgotten.
Yeah. I genuinely liked that output of the character.
Yep. Also, I'm just gonna say this real quick. We were robbed of our Grahatia eating a taco moment because Alizé bumped into him.
No.
We were robbed.
Yeah, there was that. Oh my god. I was like, oh, my poor kitty boy.
We were robbed. Alizé had one job and she failed at it horribly.
And the thing is, like, I don't even think she looked back either. I recall, she didn't even look back. She just kept running. I was just like, oh wow, okay. Made me think of that whole meme where she sees her brother drowning, and like, it's a picture of her taking a selfie, and her brother's drowning in the background. And I'm like, your brother's drowning. The picture's not about him.
Either that, or she did not want to face Gratia's rage.
I don't think Gratia can be mad at Alizé. Let's be real here. Even in Shadowbringers, like, he was like, please don't hurt me.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's one of the last who's gonna actually, like, lose his temper towards someone else in the Scion group. I think he's one of the last people who's going to about that. I can see Estola being one of the first to do it.
You force Estola to drop her meal. She just looks at you, whips out her black mage staff, and begins casting Fire 4.
I like, honestly, it's a crap spell in Final Fantasy XIV, but being totally honest, I could much more see Estola retaliating with a lore-accurate Scathe. Because if you know anything about Scathe, Scathe is basically the Ultima of Final Fantasy XII. it's the most powerful black magic, which was really disappointing when they turned it into like an instant cast, like, here's a little fart of a spell. That's literally supposed to be your strongest spell.
Hey,
Why
point
is it just a fart?
out, hey, point out, they may escape a finisher for the class for some type of feat. Or, for God forbid, they give us
Okay.
Demi Ultima.
We finished. We finally. It's been about almost 3 hours. It took us
Yep.
3 hours to get through talking about the MSQ.
Damn.
That's just how much shit we had to go through and talk about.
Yep.
And we haven't even covered the dungeons.
Oh boy.
So, I'm just
Dungeon-
gonna go ahead and start with the expert dungeons.
I was about to say, do we want to do...
And I can just imagine Elmina here sitting there, boiling like the sun, because you don't really know which one I'm going to start with.
I was going to ask, do we want to start with Tender Valley first, get something a lot more nicer, and then have Elmina rage and turn into a red giant? Because of how much rage is being output.
I want to talk about Deathwalk,
Okay.
because it has been a hot topic on Reddit, it's been a hot topic on streamers, it's been a hot topic just across the board
Yeah.
with everybody as to what's a bad dungeon.
Yeah. Okay.
And
yeah, if you don't mind, I'm gonna...
I've only had a couple people going into this dungeon that said they didn't have a problem. And I think it's completely because of ping.
Mhm.
Um,
I'm gonna be, if I can quickly get my 2 cents before anything much is said about it. It's not hard, but 2 out of 3 of the bosses are annoying.
I would have to agree. It's not hard. It's just dumb.
Yeah, it's just dumb or annoying. Like, this is a comparison out of the 3 of us, I'm probably gonna understand the
I
most.
need
But it's
to
like,
put just a limit break bar above Elmina's Ogami character. It just slowly filling up on this topic.
Go ahead, Goki.
yeah, like, it's like those... I'm gonna use Lost Ark as the example because there's a few bosses in Lost Ark that comes to mind. But it's like, the boss isn't difficult. It isn't hard. It's just fucking annoying. It just does annoying shit. Either jumps away at inconvenient times or just has some very stupid patterns. And that's what it reminds me of. It's just annoying bosses. The first one, it's either you have to have a good ping, or those stupid little, like, doll things have bigger hitboxes than they look like. Because goddamn, does it feel like you could dodge one perfectly and one from like a mile away can still jump on you, or more mind-boggling, they walk right through one and not even get grabbed.
Oh god, yeah.
That was happening to me earlier today when I was trying to run my husband through the dungeon.
That happened
and he didn't get touched by a single one until at the very end.
Yeah, that Flarfie, that happened to me yesterday when we ran the expert.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. Like, I literally walked right through one, and I'm like, and I basically just had to shrug it off because, like, okay, fine, I'll take it.
It was similar yesterday when we ran the expert, when you noticed I got 7 fucking stacks of vulnerability. But
Yeah.
the opposite. See, I literally ran. There was like a 10-foot gap between me and this freaking doll. I run past, and then it does a 90-degree angle turn, leaps like 15 feet at me, grabs me, and then snares me down in the middle of the freaking mechanic that I was about to avoid. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, and then I could run right past them, through them, won't hit me. But this dude's just like, oh hey, this person's like 20 feet, 10, 20 feet to my right. I'ma just fucking dive like I'm going for a football to win the game here. Dude, I'm gonna dive, grab that motherfucker, and get him like 7 stacks of vulnerability. I still survived, right? It's the 7 stacks of ult wasn't enough to kill me, But even still, I'm like, where did you come from? You weren't even the closest one to me.
Yeah.
Like, you weren't even the one closest to me. Where? Where?
I'm gonna send a glyph at Yomi here, because this is what I imagine your limit break being while you're raging.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just zombie meteor.
Oh, it's just, like again, like the one really again. What bugs me the most is again, it wasn't even the one that was the closest to me.
Yeah.
It was just like you. Like what? You. What the fuck? What?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Are you feeling personally attacked right now?
I haven't even seen the picture you sent, but it's probably accurate.
Yeah, honestly, it's like, God, those dolls are annoying little fuckheads. And I get the general piece of advice is to do your best not to greed, but it's like, even when you don't greed, sometimes I feel like they still say fuck you to you. On to the next boss. The teacup one is my personal least favorite of the dungeon, because unless I just stop what I'm doing, I cannot keep track of those cups. There's sometimes.
I hate those cups so much. But for my husband, he found once he figured out that like it was the ghost, the telegraph was the ghost going into the cups, and he had to track those cups. He was like, "Oh, Mario Kart," and he was able to keep track of it perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Go him. But
yeah, I can most of the time keep track of one of them. When we discovered, though, that I can't even perfectly keep track of one of them all the time, even when I'm giving all of my dedication to it, because I have to be rotating my freaking camera like a danged top in order to stay to focused on that thing. But then it would be fine if it was like the original assumption that they would always be on opposite sides. But then we found out no, you don't actually just have to keep track of one. You have to keep track of both, because they won't always be on opposite sides. So you can't just know where one is
I'm gonna be
and
honest.
know where the safe zone is.
I did not know they could be on opposite sides until I had that run with you guys yesterday. I've only seen the other one where the two are right next to each other.
Yeah,
I've had that one happen too. I personally do not like second boss because of the cups.
Yeah,
there should be
I
at
wish
least
there was
an
an
indicator.
easier telegraph to track them.
There either should be an indicator or a always like consistent amount of rotations they'll do. So you just need to track where they start and then dodge accordingly. I feel like
or like make them have a ghosty like effect on them.
Yeah, something. Just give us something so it's not so painful to go through the cups. Because God, I feel like it's either too easy to die with the two ghosts or too easy to get a bunch of foam stacks with them.
I'm not gonna lie, when I was doing Warrior today and I ran it by myself, I fully warned the healer. I'm like, when we get to the second boss, I'm not moving. I'm not moving in the foam stacks for those cups. I don't care.
Yeah.
And the healer was like, are you okay? I'm like, no. I'm not gonna sit here, stop my rotation every single time just to track cups spinning around the arena. Because that's the only way. Because I have to, like, stop what I'm doing, zoom out, because the way how I have my camera angled on my character, I can actually see the whole arena.
Yep.
So I zoom out, and I have to, like, I have to use my finger, and I have to track that cup. Just that one cup. And then when I see it slow down, I move away from the cup. But that time I was very upset, very angry, and irritated. I got for the third time for expert, and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna move. I'm just gonna sit here in the AoEs. I'll eat these bone stacks. Woohoo! Let's go.
Yep. And then we have, after that, probably the best boss of the entire freaking dungeon, being the third one.
The third one was actually kind of cool. It took me a minute to understand the mechanic, but it's honestly, once I did, it was a It didn't take a whole lot to understand,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a fun and interesting fight.
It was a lot of fun.
I
Yeah.
would say of the dungeons, it's probably one of the better fights of all of the dungeons. Not the trials. The trials are still better. But
Yeah.
when it comes to the dungeons, I would argue that the last boss of that one is probably one of the better ones of all of the dungeons.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a real shame that in order to get to it, you have to slog through 2 annoying bosses to get to it.
Two of the worst bosses in Final Fantasy XIV, and not worst because hardest, just worst because their design is bullshit and dumb.
Yeah. You know what's sad? I could argue both of them have... Well, at least the cup anyways, is interesting. They just handle its mechanics very badly.
Yo.
And it's like, outside of the spinning cups, it's a fine fight. It's just... The spinning cups just ruined the teacup boss, and the first one is ruined by just some terrible netcode.
Ping. Yeah, like the way that it's coded. If it was quite literally coded in such a way that if you physically touch them, or if you're within like 5 feet of directly in front of them, then cool. That's not what the reality of it is.
Yeah, that's not what's happening though. Like, literally, I had one jump on me earlier. I had 3 jump on me. I had 3 at once jump on me.
The orbs and
ran around them.
Mhm.
They did a 180 and jumped to me.
What the fuck?
And they were 3 meters away.
Mhm.
I was like, how? What? How? You know. Nah.
Yeah, like what the heck? Also, the I have to clear my throat for a second. I feel like the orbs and the Skydeep Cenote in the second fight of the Arcadion this tier are both better programmed than those damn dolls.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with that.
But before we can talk about the Arcadium, we have Tender Valley to talk about.
The better of the 2 optional ones.
Better of the 2 is subjective.
I would largely. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure because on the stream for some reason I'm not lighting up is when I'm talking. Oh, it's because the 30-second delay. Never mind.
Yeah.
that would explain it. But like for me, it's better coded, but it's so forgettable. I would consider Tender Valley probably. I usually don't pay a whole lot of attention to these things because again, I'm a tank. I'm going through. I got a job to do. I don't particularly care about dungeon story, but Tender Valley.
No, Tender Valley didn't really have a story to it.
It didn't. It was just mechanically forgettable. Its environment was forgettable to me. It was a very we're here because we're here dungeon, and that's it.
To me, when I saw it was nothing but dark, I was just like, I know someone, this would give them PTSD if they were to step a foot in this dungeon. Immediately. They wouldn't even want to do the first part of this dungeon because it's Qatar. And me going through it, I went through it as dancer for the first time. I actually fell asleep in the dungeon.
Yeah.
First time running through it.
Yeah, not surprising.
The first boss, granted, we wiped to it, but I was slowly falling asleep. Because once I figured out that the AoEs greatly expand, just like in Nier Automata, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, okay, well this just simplified the fight a whole lot easier. That's its whole gimmick. I just have to look what's different and then adjust accordingly. Once I actually figured it out. Again, I fell asleep. I think at the second boss with the bombs, I fell asleep.
Yeah. It is
I don't know if my stream caught it because I was streaming it live, but I did
Yeah.
fall asleep while doing it because I was just like, this is just look where the bombs are at, see where they land. If they fall into one of the circle or the square holes, dodge circle or square pipe. That's it.
Yeah.
And
yeah, if I could say this make this joke real quick. the bomb goes into the square hole.
Exactly. Oh, yes, I was hoping someone would mention that.
I'm aware of that meme. But yeah.
I'm not aware of a lot of memes in this world.
Yeah, and then the last boss isn't really anything too noteworthy either, I
The
guess.
last boss was just annoying. That one actually woke me up for a split second. What? How did I die? Because I didn't understand the whole spinning of the boss and then the whole them waving back and forth. But then once I actually took a minute, stopped DPSing for a second, and took a much closer look at them, I was like, oh, it's just again. It's the same telegraphing marker as her. Okay, never mind. I can proceed and just go brain dead on Dancer with this fight.
Yeah, that Thunder Valley definitely feels like it's the more you go brain dead on it, while store-bought Deadwalk seems like it's the more one that's gonna give people trouble. And then
I mean, everyone's been saying that they really hate that dungeon. There's a lot of people who hate the first boss of Tender Valley. A lot of people hate that first boss.
Tender Valley is so brain dead that I've done it several times and I forgot there was a boss that used bombs.
My thing is like, I have someone I know who had actual troubles going through that fight. That's another thing I want to talk about with the dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys feel about like telegraphs, but almost like no cast bars?
I'm fine with either, honestly, because I mean, I'm personally comfortable with both telegraphs and cast bars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been used to it, but I'm also lucky in that I'm capable. I know not everyone is good with both telegraphs and cast bars, but getting rid of cast bars for the most part and going a lot more telegraph, I actually prefer that because I feel like that's more immersive.
Yeah.
Because realistically, our character doesn't frickin' get to see a cast bar above the enemies. You know, we don't actually get to see a health bar. If we are actually in the character's thing, we don't see casting Medica. You know, we see them casting a spell. And so, I actually much prefer the, not cast bars just from a immersion level. For me, at least.
Yeah, for a gameplay level, I don't mind personally. I'm fine with whatever. But yeah, difficulty-wise, at least for me, it didn't feel like as challenge. It just felt like typical dungeon difficulty for both of them. But I also want to put a giant asterisk that I'm also a person who does savage rating on content, and also have cleared, mind you, it is the ultimate that is pretty much the closest one to a savage in terms of difficulty, being Uwu, and almost cleared UCub. 0.1% away from that one.
Nice.
I will have my revenge. I will get that I will get that kill. I will fucking kill that golden dragon. One of these days. Anyways, me saying my revenge aside, but yeah, it just feels like typical difficulty, but I can definitely see, like, if you're not used to, like, having to read telegraphs all the time, or hell, maybe having to look up to occasionally either read a quick line of dialogue on the screen, or a quick cast bar to tell if you need to be a ghost or not, like in the final boss of Deadwalk. I can see you potentially struggling, and maybe you might take a death here and there for that. But at the end of the day, it's like, these are still. Oh, sorry, you first. Okay.
Sorry. Like, for me, like, when it comes to cast bars, what I usually do to resolve that is I actually have the UI edited, and so I actually have the enemy list set to be a very large portion of my screen off to the right-hand side, underneath the party list. So, and just like how I have my debuffs and my buffs on my bar, actually next, like right on my cast bars and all that. But so I don't even have to look at the boss when they're casting. I can just look at the enemy list, and it's taking up a large portion of my screen, so I can do that.
Yeah.
But even the fact that that's a big part of it, again, to me, cast bars are not a challenge at all, but I still think personally that like cast bars are almost a cop out in a way, like, because again, from a immersion perspective, we shouldn't know what the boss is casting. Like, there should be other tells. I feel like having cast bars is almost a cop out in and of itself mechanically. I personally think it should be almost entirely environmental tells for a more immersive experience, but I also know that would be difficult for some people.
Yeah, I also think it's like
Something.
I think for lower difficulties it's fine. Higher difficulties, I would say it'll make sense for them to start to use cast bars more often.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you feel, because in my opinion, like, those are higher difficulties. Like, it makes sense to throw some things on the cast bar that players will have to understand.
They are higher difficulty, but I'd argue if it's higher difficulty because it's a cast bar, that's artificial difficulty. Because at that point, it's
usually
only higher difficulty because you have to read to understand it while the mechanic is happening.
Well, usually if you die because of a cast bar, 99% it was because of something it was paired on top of, and you needed to know what the cast bar was to help resolve the things
That's fair.
going
No,
on. That's usually how
I'm
it is.
just gonna stay quiet because I don't.
Yeah.
To me, I've not had a huge problem with telegraph stuff,
Yeah.
but I know there's a majority of the player base that do depend on those cast bars and do depend on, you know, the understanding of, hey, this is the name of an attack, and then this is how the act play. I think it's very okay to have it in more casual content, but in higher tier content, I would rather not have cast bars at all. I think it adds a more level of difficulty and a little bit more of a fun challenge and much more what you can do with it.
Yeah.
And audio cues.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, like, if you don't mind me saying my opinion real quick. Every form... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. Every form of telegraph has its own advantages and disadvantages. It's up to the devs on how to use them to make a satisfying encounter. That's it.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Elmina's thing. I'm a special case.
Yeah.
I don't have I can't say a direct opinion when it comes to cast bars because, like I said, I don't use them. I don't. I can recognize patterns, I can recognize stuff, and I always depend on the environments. That's why I have so much fun when I play Monster Hunt, because there is no such thing as a cast bar for it. But when it comes down to those who depend on those cast bars, let's take Tender Valley for example. That cast bar, I like watching through somebody who gives a overall view of how the fight's supposed to work, and they're saying the names of those cast bars. I recently find out that the cast bar means nothing in all of those fights. All of its environmental telegraphs. And my friend that had such a huge problem going through that dungeon telegraphically could not keep up with it. And a lot of people who are complaining about those telegraph changes and they're complaining about there not merely being a cast bar are the ones who are returning or the ones who have been playing since Heaven's Word and are dealing with that change and are not able to really adapt to that change. So for me, I feel like I have no problems with the current telegraphs of how they are right now. If they happened a little bit slower, so that way everyone can ease into that change a bit better. Like if they slow down the cups, they slow down the timing of the bombs and whatnot. And just overall in some of the dungeons telegraphs, like slow them down just a little bit, so that way the returning and older players can have a chance to actually adjust.
Because what I don't want to happen is like what they did with the healer numbers when they redid all the healer, and tanks were like, ha, yeah, just adjust, and healers went on a huge perusal on that front because no one was able to heal. Like literally, not even a white mage could heal very well. When those changes happen, I don't want something like that to happen again, especially towards the dungeon. So,
I mean,
go ahead, Elmina.
Well, honestly, like I kind of said before, I'd kind of like how you had also mentioned, and because, again, clearly people are having more trouble with it, I also kind of agree that telegraphs are generally harder, and I like the immersion that they add. But I think, again, it's similar to, like, how it's been discussed previously and such, in that the concept of having someone doing callouts. If you rely entirely on people doing callouts, that means you never really learned the fight. Having cast bars is kind of the same. It's not exactly the same, but in my opinion, having cast bars is, you're not actually learning the fight, you're learning the names and what to do with the name. You're not learning about the dynamic, you're not learning about the boss, you're just watching for words to come up on screen. And so I feel like cast bars a lot of the time are like a crutch, similar to callouts. And so if they removed cast bars entirely and had every single mechanic based on the arena, based on what's around the arena, based on what the boss is doing, I think that would increase the difficulty, but also require people to learn the fights better, which would also, at least to me, be more satisfying, and also be just enough more demanding of the players that we could expect a little more of them and not have a million of whatever the hell these people think they are calling themselves healers.
Yeah,
Like,
we'll
I feel like it would raise
healer
the
complaint
standard.
in a minute.
Yes.
I sense the dagger. I sense the dagger. It's probably sitting there in your hand. And it is just, you're like, yeah, these so-called healers, just so casually, and you're just holding a dagger with just a fisting grip, and it's on fire. We'll get to
the number
that in
of
a
bosses I've beaten with the healer dead at 75% this expansion is more than I would like. Oh.
We'll get to that.
But I like the concept of telegraphs a lot because, again, it feels more immersive, and I feel like it requires you to learn more about the boss and more about the mechanics rather than just relying on sitting there watching for text and then following orders when the text pops up. Because like I said, it's real easy for me to do that because I just have the enemy list expanded in size on my screen off to the left. So the moment the boss starts casting anything, there's this big ass golden cast bar appearing, taking up a quarter of my screen. It's unmissable. The name is right there. I don't even have, it's brainless. I'm like, oh, there's a giant cast bar. What's the name? Okay, I'm gonna move a little to the left. It's really just...
I'm laughing because someone said, I don't want to learn about the mechanics, I just trust them on my car.
Fair enough.
That is a fair point. Again, like, I feel like a lot of players right now are struggling with the adjustment of it being more telegraphs. And to be frank, everyone kind of had this coming. Let's be fair here.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone kind of had this coming. Everybody asked for the dungeons to be harder. Everyone was asking for less, cast bars.
Yep.
A lot of people were asking this. And now people are complaining about it.
This is why you stated an example when you asked for these types of changes.
No, they gave examples. And this is exactly what they got.
Oh, yeah.
It's irritating to me because it's the exact same thing with the healer strike, alright?
Yeah.
and we'll go healer bit that you're holding the bright shiny dagger over there, some deity.
Who needs a healer in these dungeons when you can just go ahead and tank through the entire thing with a dead healer's
Okay,
corpse
before
at your
you
feet?
trigger the crap out of my channel. It's the same. It's kind of the same problem we're having with healers. Okay, healers complained that back in Heaven's Ward, healers had more to do. Healers had more diversity. Healers had more buttons to press. We go into Stormblood. It all ends up flatline.
Yeah, if I can say this real quick, another big difference is that the amount of GCD healers are doing, or had to do back then versus now, is also another huge difference, because nowadays, most of a healer's heals are OGCDs. At least a good portion of them are OGCDs.
You'd think some of them could press some of those buttons now and again.
Yeah, you think that.
Well, he's taking this from the tank perspective.
Oh, trust me, I've seen my fair share of healers too. Trust me.
Yeah. And there's this huge healer strike at the moment. Like, healers are complaining that they only have these 2 buttons to press, and they're demanding that they, have something more to do in these dungeons. Which, I can agree, but the same token, healers, I'm sorry to look at you like this, but we're the ones who complained about having too much to do back in Heaven's Ward. And then you guys didn't complain about it until roughly around the beginning of Shadowbringer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, if they're complaining about not having enough to do, why aren't they healing? Like, I feel like that's something that a healer could do. That's just me, though. I just feel like a healer could heal if they wanted something to do.
And just to explain for the chat, like, all of this expansion, I've had maybe 2 good healers out of all the dungeons I've ran. All of them have been bad.
As a tank, when I said, who needs a healer, as a reference, because I have cleared many of these bosses with a healer's corpse at my feet from 70% to 0.
Same.
Because, like that's a pretty common thing this expansion. Or literally going through dungeons with a white mage who doesn't realize they have a spell called Holy. And doesn't know about Cure 3 either. Or doesn't know that Medica 2 applies regen, so they're just manually casting regen. What?
Like for me, this expansion, it's been mainly healers who are just dying. Like, when I noticed this on Dancer, I was like, yeah, I'm playing Warrior because I don't want to deal with the healer telling me that I'm a bad tank when their asses are dead on the ground, or they're just not healing me, or they're just not taking care of the party. That's been a huge problem this expansion, in my opinion. And probably why a lot of people have gone Warrior to avoid this problem.
Yeah, I mean, to quote something I said on one of my streams about healing parse when I was doing some extreme runs, it's okay to parse as long as no one's dying. But the moment somebody's dying due to lack of healing, you better be doing your job.
Yeah.
Like once people start dropping dead because there's not enough heals, that's when I start to turn around and basically look like, hello healers, are you doing your jobs right? Because don't get me wrong, I get could be some complexity to that in higher end content because mitigations and whatnot, yada yada.
Yeah.
But like, if you perfectly mid a boss and there's still people at 50% HP, and you know the next raid ride is gonna hurt like a motherfucker, and you're not healing people to full, I have to kind of look back at you and kind of be like, hello, heals?
My problem is like, for example, when you're tanking the boss as a tank, it's very easy and very straightforward to keep yourself sustained for the most part. I know it might be different on Dark Naomi. But on Warrior, I feel invincible. I can just literally walk through any dungeon by myself without a healer. because of the
Dark
fact
Knight
that
does have some sustain. It's just not nearly as much as Warrior. Dark
Yeah.
Knight's like maybe 30% of the sustain of Warriors would be my guess, because we do have sustain now tied into Living Dead, but we also, one of our primary rotation pieces, the third part of our rotation, does have some lifesteal, but it's only like Cure Potency 200 or
I
300.
have like 5 seconds in between each bloodwetting
Mhm.
where I'm not getting regen.
Nice.
So I'm constantly getting regen as a warrior. And so like when I do massive pulls, or quote unquote massive pulls, like depending on the mobs, I don't feel threatened at all. But when I'm doing these big pulls and I got a healer who's like, yeah, I want you to do a big pull giant, pull big, I expect that healer to heal me. I don't care if I'm a warrior. I don't care. You need to be healing. You can do damage all you want, but if you see my health dropping below a certain percentage, you should be stopping your DPS, get off your ass, and heal. You're a healer, not a green DPS.
You remember that healer, I think it was in like the 93 dungeon we did, where they were so insistent on doing multiple pulls, but my health was dropping to 10% even with relevant current tank gear, like in one single pull? Like one pull I'm dropping to almost dead, and I was in 660 gear at that time when the dungeon
I
drops
also
to
remember
630.
telling you, just let them eat it. If
Yeah.
they're gonna want to pull it, let them eat it.
Yeah,
Because I did that to 2 healers already this expansion. You pull it, you tank it.
Yo.
What? Yep.
Yeah.
You heard me right. You pull it, you tank it.
Yeah. But again, it's just like, how the hell? You can't even heal me through one pull when I'm in better gear than can drop from these things. How the hell do you think you're good enough to heal me through two? Like, get in your lane, bro. Either do your job, or, like...
Yomi, do you have any like stories you want to add to this? I know we are talking a lot from a tank's perspective.
Oh boy. Let me tell you. Oh boy. Where to start? I guess to glaze over it and simplify this, I was running this with through this expansion with a friend of mine named Powie. People who've been watching my stream or watching the VODs on YouTube or Twitch probably know him. You know, he's been playing Dark Knight while leveling, and oh boy, the amount of complaints, I swear. I could probably go download, like, the VOD, or the highlights, and like, probably edit it down into a compilation of just how many times he just brings it up because he's not receiving any healing as a Dark Knight from the healers. Or very little. And, oh boy, let me tell you, there's this one time at the end of Deadwalk, where I was running this with a friend, with 2 friends actually, and we're on the final boss, and me and him, I think, I forgot the percentage, but it was like somewhere around 50-ish%, and I was able to mostly stay alive for like a majority of it, until about the end-ish where I died to the, I think it was either the dot or the stack that got me.
Okay.
And then he just took the last 15% and proceeded to solo the boss because, hey, you know, the healer died early on in the pull.
That's another big problem I'd have in all expansion is just healers dying. Like, they just don't give 2 cares.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, I get it that, like, you guys are butthurt that a ultimate raider, I may add, or a savage player, I may add, literally did, you know, these dungeons without a fucking healer, but grow up. Not everyone is like that.
If I can say something real quick, where was this healer strike when the Omega Protocol Ultimate was no healed? No healed. Like, where were you guys when that happened? But when a casual dungeon gets no healed, you guys are all over it.
That's the part that, like, the thing is, it's like, I only recently found out that Ultima was done with no healers.
Yeah.
But then again, that was done with, like, warriors, paladins, and a lot of red mages. So they had healing covered just throughout the party.
Yeah, it just wasn't a healer specifically. But still, it's like, when
Yeah,
you look
but
at
to
no,
go through a dungeon with the barest minimum of heals.
yeah, well the thing is like when you look at no healer attempts of dungeons, I mean, first of all, most of the time you see the warrior because the warrior is just a brain dead
Yeah.
easy pick. But sometimes in the DPS lineup, you see the red mage there as a bit of a safety net because red mage has your cure and they can.
This was an excellent question. Wasn't there a ton of dungeons in Endwalker that you could do no heals?
Uh,
I know I could do no heals on Heaven's Ward dungeon. Okay. On content or after content?
if you
On
want
the
me to,
Heaven's Ward bit.
if you want to talk about no healing dungeons, we've been no healing dungeons on content since at least Shadowbringers. Like this
Yeah,
is,
at least Shadowbringers. I'm aware of.
yeah.
And it was always a fun challenge. Like people did it as a challenge. Not to sit there and say that, oh, healers are just a waste of time.
Yeah,
No
which,
healer in Heavens or dungeons, though, that's a first for me because of Faust and crit damage and just bullshit in that expansion.
Faust was in the raid.
The one
No,
thing I do
Faust
wanna
was not
point-
just in the raid. It was also in a couple of those dungeons.
One thing I
Before they
also do
reworked
want to.
it.
One thing I do want to also remind people keep bringing up the crit damage and the mobs that could crit. One thing I think people are forgetting when they mention that is that wasn't really relevant either though because back then we still had defense rating, and
Yeah,
as long
yeah,
as they
yeah.
would
You also had awareness back then too.
that reduced as long as you were at defense cap at least as a tank, and such, you couldn't be crit. Because I think most mobs, if not all mobs, capped at 5% crit back then, and for the on-content crit chance or on-content defense rating would reduce the enemy's crit chance by 5%. So the critting wasn't as big of a deal as we might think looking back, because it was only a big deal if you didn't have your gear proper.
Yeah. But you also think of the majority of the player base at that time.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of this is stemming from the majority of the player base who are not considering the fact that it's Savage and Ultimate Raiders who are doing this because one, they got the skill set to do it. Two, they had the knowledge and whereabouts to do it. And three, again, they make the smaller percentage.
Yo.
Alright, like if someone was to walk up to me and they just started playing Warrior and they were like, yeah, I can solo this boss, no problem. I'm gonna laugh at them because I'm like, yeah, no, you've not had the time or experience to actually sit down and actually think about it and how you would execute.
Yo.
Alright, like that's where I have to kind of look at the strike and go, you guys are doing this strike. I get it, you've had enough. But you, again, I will say this, you brought it upon yourself. And secondly, the players that are doing this are ones that have a higher skill set than the average casual.
I'm just sitting here going, if you guys are on a strike, then fuck off. Like, don't go into my dungeons as a healer. Like, I don't care if you're all upset about it. Stop healing. Get out of here. I don't want you. Go. Leave. You're useless. Let someone who actually wants to heal do the healing. If you're not happy about healing, good for you. That's cool.
The thing. That was
That's
the healer
great.
strike. Anyone who's part of the healer strike is not going in as a healer. They're not. They're going in as DPS or tank.
Then why
was
do we
what the
have so
strike
many
was all
healers
about.
that aren't healing?
I don't know. That's a very excellent question. I don't know.
Like, again, I feel like a white mage should, in general, know that they have this ability called Holy that's really good for when a tank pulls more than one group. And in fact, it's like their most important ability in dungeons above almost all others. But a lot of these white mages are just like, herder, what's Holy? And it's like, oh, I don't know, it's just literally the signature spell of white mages since ever, but okay. Like even all the way back in like Final Fantasy 1, but I
Let's.
don't
And that's something I will note. Ever since I started doing the normal raids, I've not had a bad healer in those. Just to note that, which is interesting in my opinion.
Well, in the normal raid, we did have a couple of those ones.
I'll
if
be
you
right back.
recall, we did have.
I'm gonna go get a necroprotect, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Like if you do recall, and I think it was the fourth one and the second one of the healers that was not Snubby was on the ground, more than they were not on the ground.
They were new.
That's fair. You know, that is
new.
acceptable. That is acceptable.
I saw the achievement list. They were new. I had to go back and check. They were new.
Okay, that's reasonable enough then.
Okay, like if they weren't new, I've been like, what you doing there? Want to talk about it?
Yeah, exactly.
I am back, and I actually have a quick, kind of an infuriating moment with one of the healers on the second boss of the normal mode tier. Anyways, was running the normal mode to help out a friend after I was done with my stream. And that's a little bit of mouse on there.
Continue.
Yeah, sorry, just noticed something on my stream. For crying out. Okay, I'm just gonna continue before messing with something. Yeah, so we were just doing the second floor, and we had let's just say the co-healer, because the win-on healer was not exactly the greatest. If somebody died, they seem to have a very weird allergic reaction to using arrays for whatever reason. But of course, that wasn't the most annoying thing for the healer. Of course, you know, we had a little bit of healing problems here and there. And then there was one moment that kind of infuriated me, which I just want to use this as a PSA, sort of, kind of want to point at and kind of tell people what not to do. If you notice your healer is at 1000 MP, please refrain from asking for a res. Raises they cost 2,400 MP.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
Yeah, thank God LB3 was available.
But as much as I would like to continue this tangent about the healer strike,
Can we move on to other jobs?
let's move on to other jobs. Elmina, how are you feeling about Dark Knight for Dawntrail?
It's functionally not in the slightest different from previously. We didn't really get anything at all. I don't particularly mind that. I am happy that it seems like this, especially going into the rating, that there's a lot more stuff that's more magic oriented. So I do feel like the Dark Knight is going to start pulling ahead going forward into this raid tier in importance because of its focus on being a magic tank, and it's been a while since we've really had magic focused stuff, so
Yeah.
I don't particularly mind that there's not really anything different about the class. I feel like the fights themselves have made the class much more viable, and I am happy about that. And plus, the fights themselves are super fun. Like, I'm very, very happy with the fights themselves. That's just my
Do you
take on
mind
Dark
if I chime in as someone who plays Dark Knight only in casual content?
Sure.
As someone, as much as I do, mind you, this could be purely nostalgia speaking, because God, times I wish there was a private server so I could actually go back and actually play Stormblood Dark Knight to see if I actually like it or not. But I do remember having a little bit more fun with Stormblood Dark Knight compared to Endwalker, but like if it's more or less the same, then whatever, no big deal. Like, you know, give Dark Knights a little bit of extra defensive mitigation, which is what they did with the new Shadow Wall upgrade.
Mhm.
Yay, Dark Knights pretty much have XCOG.
Pretty much.
I don't have anything to add to Dark Knight. I think from a tanking perspective, for me, it's just been Warrior, and Warrior to me just feels really overpowered, but a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Warrior's always kind of been Square's baby, though. They've always kind of been the most overpowered.
Not always.
Maybe not always, but most
Shadow. No, they got shit on.
ARR,
Shadowbringers.
ARR, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, all three of those, they were basically the best tank in every area all the way through. Then they finally got some consequences in Shadowbringers.
Got our bloodbath taken away.
And now they're back to being, I don't know, I didn't really play a whole lot in Endwalker, so I don't know, but they're back to just being really good.
Endwalker, they were very powerful. You could still solo content pretty well. I think the way and how they ended up redoing the stat values when it came to this particular expansion made Warrior just over the top.
So we have one expansion where Warrior wasn't just God tier. That's a blow right there. That is tragic that there was one single expansion that Warrior wasn't God tier. I can't imagine how the Warriors could have survived that. It's
considering we were compensated with more defenses and we had less defenses than the average tank, yes.
Yeah.
We had less defenses than you there, buddy.
As a Dark Knight here, I'm gonna sit there and say, oh, boo-hoo, you were squishy? Oh my goodness, you were squishy?
We had no regen. And we also had no defenses. We had one defense. We had vengeance, and that was it. That was it. We didn't even have Rampart. Like, Rampart got forgotten somehow.
Oh my goodness, I feel so sorry for the poor Warriors as a Dark Knight.
I didn't feel bad about it. I just laughed the whole time because I was just like, finally, Paladins are getting their spot like they deserve.
So I do need to go for at least a little bit because Doggo does require some attention. So like if this is still going, I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Oh, this is probably gonna still go.
Yeah.
Because now I'm gonna shift the attention to melee DPS because that's what Yomi mainly does and has done for the expansion, and I have done none of it. So you have the floor, Yomi.
All right, let's start with my main boy, Samurai, that I'm probably gonna main later on the expansion, most likely. Really good. The only issue I really had with the Samurai changes, and I know some people are also weeping over Kaiten. Personally, I'm adjusting my camera so you're just centerpiece. Okay. Yeah. Just to get my personal opinion out there, I know it's a hot take, but personally I was more indifferent to its removal. If it comes back, it comes back. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Not a big deal for me. Samurai still feels like Samurai. As for the thing I thought was the most stupid with its changes, which was undone with the most latest patch, was the upgrades to Madari, which was Tendo Sesugasa and its Tabane Gaichi variant, Tendo Kishi Sesugasa. It was stupid how both of those had a GCD base GCD of 3.2 for no reason. No reason. So thank God that got reduced back down to which is the default 2.5. Aside from that, I'll have to do some muscle memory adjustment because they made it so that Mikyu Sushi now grants you a buff that allows you to use the Banagaishi, but aside from that, like if you liked Samurai last expansion, it should be more or less good. I mean, heck, they even added a new 50 gauge cost ability after Shinny and Gurren, the AoE variant of Shinny, were reduced from 50 to 25. Also, those two are now went from 2 minutes to 1 minute, which is, yeah, more high potency every minute. Let's go. We Samurais take this.
How are the mechanics treating you as a melee compared to other expansions?
I'll have to say they've been not really too differently. The more required, definitely the bosses trying to screw over casters is definitely going to affect samurai more than the other melees. Because Iaijitsus, outside of to the Bonagaishi Iaijitsus, have to be casted, even if it is just a 1.3 second cast. It's still a cast bar, so unless you snapshot it or slide cast it, you could still kind of get screwed over by certain mechanics. But as for a melee that doesn't have it, in this case I'll go to Viper, because Viper has been a melee I've been playing that does not have cast bars. You should be fine. If you're a traditional melee, it is worst case scenario. You worry about losing uptime, but depending on what melee you are, you can work around that by working with your drop mechanics. Either, whoops, accidentally jumped there. Either by... Someone just walked up behind you.
I'll be right back. Hey, Anna, come here. No, you're not getting away from me.
I'll continue my explanation while you go off and do that.
Continue your talk.
Yeah. Yeah. I do... Yeah, it does definitely feel like they're prepping boss melees to be in a spot where they might have to be ready to potentially lose their uptime on a given notice, and either work with their job mechanics to kind of reduce the amount of damage that would do.
Got you.
Congratulations on getting Anna. But either reduce the damage that would cause of, losing uptime, or kind of just have to take the L. Like Samurai, for example, our Iaijitsus have a little bit of extra range compared to some of our baseline abilities, our baseline GCDs. Like, for example, Madari has a 6 yalm radius, unlike most other melee abilities that only have 3. But
I'll get them later.
yeah, but jobs like, Dragoon here, which I haven't gotten around to leveling to 100 yet,
Yeah.
they might have to kind of take a bit of a hard L and just might have to basically just do piercing talent from a distance to make up for the loss of damage. Which does suck, but at the same time, melees have been asking for bosses to kind of screw us over in the uptime compartment, so we got what we asked for, or what a good chunk of melees have been asking for.
Yeah.
Monk, yeah. Dragoon and Monk are two very interesting places, because I'll start with Dragoon real quick. Dragoon lost Spine Shadow Dive in return of just a generic enemy gap closer.
Mm-hmm.
But they also gained 2 new OGCD weaves used during their burst window. They also got a change which I would say is an example of that gray zone between homogenization and quality of life adjustment in a weird way, which is the Gear-Social adjustment. Basically, gazes are no longer a thing they have to maintain. Gear-Social's a 1-minute cooldown. When you use it, you get Life of a Dragon once you're at the certain level range to get it, which, just double checking, yeah, you have to be level 17 to get it, so same level range as usual. And it just grants you the 3 stacks of Nastrode, because Life of a Dragon is now a typical 20-second burst window for you. Homogenization, well, at the same time, a bit of quality of life, because A, you could do it in your opener, B, it also makes recovery easier with Dragoons, because now you don't have to worry about that scenario where if you lose your gazes at a terrible time, you basically just have to suck it up, because that's just how it is for you. Now it's like, if you die, well, your social's cooldown's still going, so unless you die there in the middle of your Life of a Dragon burst window, it sucks, but not the end of the world.
Right.
So, better recovery, but like I said, that is a bit of homogenization there, and I could definitely see an argument for it. Dragons did lose Dragon Sight, though I'm hearing a lot more positivity on that one, because as unique as it was a bit annoying to utilize, although some Dragoons are frustrated that Life Surge is still in the kit.
when it comes to, because it sounds like overall, like the mechanics aren't being too much of a problem for melee for this
Yeah.
expansion.
Yeah, it's...
Usually in other expansions, I've heard a lot of, oh, the melees are getting, screwed over by the mechanics. They can't get their uptime and other stuff like that. And the fact that this expansion, I'm not really hearing that. Would you say melee is a lot better this expansion than it has been in the past?
Well, here's the thing. Last expansion, and I'll make a big counterpoint, I say last expansion is the theoretical peak for melee, because I don't know what other people think, but in my opinion, it is, last expansion, I would argue it's more impressive when you lost your uptime than when you gained it last expansion. Because it felt like, because of a combination due to strategy, with a few exceptions, there are some fights, I know P6S, there was a mechanic where you did have to have a melee uptime strat for. There are a few mechanics here and there that do require one. But for the most part, for most mechanics of last expansion, it definitely felt like you were given your uptime on a silver platter. This expansion, though, I don't think will be the case, because there is an important ingredient gone, which is the hitbox sizes being smaller this expansion than last one, because the raid bosses, all of their hitboxes are smaller than last expansion, so there's already a decent chance that melees might have to take the L and might have to figure out how to
They are smaller, but if you've noticed, it hasn't been like when it's been like an indirect cone.
Yeah.
You can still be in max melee and hit them. At least that's what I've noticed on Warrior.
Yeah.
It's not where you have to go all the way over to Kumbaya across the galaxy and then, then continue your.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that I would argue that's also how.
On you. Someone's sitting on you.
Who the fuck is sitting on me?
I think they reloaded in.
Oh. Okay.
They're almost a copy of you too. That's even more scary.
What the fuck? Oh, yeah, their body did that thing. They were loading in.
Hello.
Hello, random person. Okay, I'll let go. That's a funny moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I would also, I say that's kind of like the mechanical average, but I say this expansion, there's already a potential foundation of melees having to be more careful. Because, when I think of fights that melees lost their uptime the most on, for example, Shiva from Eden, Shiva had a relatively small hitbox. But, when I think of fights past that in Endwalker, I think the biggest fight that comes to mind when it comes to melees potentially losing their uptime is, I think depending on your strategies, melees might lose their uptime on P4S, P2, and Phoenix potentially. But the other bosses, it was a bit harder to lose your uptime because of the big hitboxes. Made it more difficult to lose uptime. Because it made it basically it made it harder to fuck off to Narnia if a mechanic required you to be out, a decent distance away from the boss. But even then, I still feel like it's kind of hard to tell, because extremes is usually a lot easier to keep uptime on an extreme fight compared to a savage fight, mostly. I have also noticed sometimes, except with last expansion, where on Golbaz, because I think Golbaz was a glaring exception in that expansion, I would argue, where it was an extreme fight where you arguably had, where depending on how the RNG went, you had less uptime than a savage fight. Which was weird. But aside from that, yeah, I feel like I'll be able to give a more concrete answers once we get Savage, because I think that'll be a real tell on how the mechanics are to be designed. But usually knowing the player base, we're gonna find ways to kind of keep up time there in mechanics through strategies, one way or another. But yeah, I do think that might, strategies might having to be designed around, designed with melees getting their uptime, though. I think that might become more of a frequent thing, because outside the first tier, and maybe like, as I said, one exception to P6S, I do not recall uptime being used in a name for a strategy that often. Because it was just easy to keep up time for the most part. What the heck?
I'm doing a thing. Don't mind me. I'm genuinely paying attention. I'm just trying to set up this pet.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, but I would say they are in about the same spot as usual. Just, depending on how much the boss likes to say "fuck you," they'll either gain some uptime or gain some DPS, or lose uptime and lose some DPS with it. I know a good example is the Dawntrail. Literally, that fight opens up with a moment that can, based off of how the boss decides to do the RNG, you can either lose like a few seconds of melee uptime or gain.
I have not done any of the extreme yet.
Yeah, I had a feeling, so I'm keeping it vague.
I'm not looking forward to doing Everkeep. That fight did not interest me. It was not fun to me. It was just very bland to me. So I'm not looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to doing the Serpent one.
Yeah. Personally, I had fun with the Everkeep one, though I will admit that one's more of a personal. That one's probably going to be a personal opinion, though. Don't know if that one's more if other people share that opinion about Everkeep. The only other thing I will say about Everkeep is that if you do know somebody who's good at reading mechanics, you can safely Dorito a decent portion of Everkeep, though, sadly.
I'm trying to do this right.
Yeah. In my opinion, both of them are interesting, though. Both of them are good trials, in my opinion.
There you go. There's that part. Now, how do I make the icon actually what it should be? It'll be a musical note. Well, when it comes to my opinion, when it came to the range DPS, because that's what I specialize in is range DPS, being caster and physical range. Personally, I'm noticing that especially casters this expansion are getting pretty fucked over.
A lot of movement is required so far, and that is...
Yeah, I'm playing Summoner, and I'm still getting... unless you know when to pop your Ifrit, I almost want to skip Ifrit altogether. For the sake of just having non-stop movement.
I mean, hey, casters who want to feel like they're using... they actually have to think about what cast they use at the right time. Congratulations, I guess those people are going to have a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be annoying for just regular old wrong job there. Yes, I know, the balance gauge game.
I know my husband he's been playing Red Mage, and he's been having issues playing Red Mage through the expansion. He's not been having fun with it at all. And because of that, I told him that I would level up Red Mage if he levels up Paladin. Just to see where it stands, if its opinion would change due to his current situation with the expansion. As it stands for me, like for the class changes and all that, I'm gonna start with the casters since we were talking about that and how casters are getting. Fuck this expansion.
Yep.
I'm sorry, devs, but I fucking hate you right now with Summoner. I don't give two shits what everyone else thinks. I'm sorry, but the glam that they gave us this expansion looks like ass and shit and low-level gear. You guys could have done better. You literally just gave me practically the same level of care as Stormblood Summoner. You gave me a 3-minute rotation, which you guys specifically promised you wouldn't do again, but yet you did. You literally gave me the exact problem that we were trying to avoid with specifically the change that you did make to Summoner back in Shadowbringers and Endwalkers. So as someone who's a Summoner main who's been playing Summoner since ARR, I am royally mad on what they did to Summoner for this expansion. Solar Bahamut is just another Bahamut summon, and it adds another like 30 seconds to a 45-second rotational section of it. Granted, it probably isn't actually 3 minutes long, but it feels like that. It genuinely feels like that. And on top of that, the outfit for Summoner looks like garbage. It looks like low-level beginner gear. And it makes me really upset because you can tell if a class has gotten a lot of care or not based on the outfit. And it's the only outfit out of all of them that really doesn't fit out of the casters. It really doesn't, like, they didn't put any care. It's like, oh, let's throw some cloth on this and this looks good. When it comes to Black Mage, I haven't played Black Mage yet, but basically I've heard a lot of Black Mages are mad this expansion. Really mad.
Yeah.
Because they're getting, messed over by the mechanics because there's not enough time to cast in between all the mechanics.
Oh, and here I thought we were going to talk about the non-standard thing. Oh, sorry. I know a friend who's a Black Mage main, and he'll add on that there's a good portion of Black Mage players who are doom, gloom, mad, because they basically killed non-standard rotation.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means, because I'm not, like I said, I don't play Black Mage. It's still at level 80. That's where it's going to probably stay.
Yeah, it's...
Because in my opinion, it is the worst Black Mage out of the entire franchise of Final Fantasy. But I've heard nothing but negativity on Black Mage. When it comes to Red Mage, I've heard Red Mage is really good. They've had no problems. But then I've also heard on the flip coin that a lot of people have had problems with Red Mage as well, on the flip side. And then when it comes to, like, I was raging on Summoner, I'm highly disappointed with Summoner. There's nothing pleasing to play Summoner right now. I feel like I'm doing a 3-minute rotation again. I feel like I'm being thrown back into Stormblood all over fucking again. I'm not happy about it at all. And a lot of those who are saying that, oh, Summoner's still really good right now. I'm sorry, but either A, your standards are really low, or B, you're just playing the class because you just want to look cool. And I've seen a lot of Summoners, like, in the expansion so far that have died a lot, even though they have so much movement. Out of all the casters, they have the most movement besides Red. And a lot of them are just dying or not doing their rotation correctly. Like, literally, I saw someone not even do Garuda, Titan, or Ifrit rotation as a Summoner. They didn't do any of them. And they just did Bahamut, and then just ruin. That's it. And then they went into Phoenix, then solo Bahamut, and then rinse and repeat.
It
they didn't
was
even
ruined.
They didn't even bother with the actual grit of summoning the monster, summoning the summon. So for me, I'm overall kind of annoyed that casters are in a bad spot, and I'm very disappointed in the way and how Summoner is being treated this expansion heavily. I'm trying to hold back because I don't want to go on a huge tangent rant, because I know there are certain people in certain circles that disagree with me on my rant. And I would prefer to keep somewhat of a good standing with them on some level.
I mean, Summoner can still have a 3-minute rotation and not be bad, but the issue therein lies with it takes a lot more work to maintain that, and if it's like it's an unreasonable percentage of work comparatively. Like, it doesn't mean they're bad, it just means that they take way more work than they probably should to not be bad.
It's 30 seconds for Solar Bahamut, right? And then it goes on cooldown. It goes cooldown for recast for about almost a minute. Almost a minute. So already we got a minute and 30 seconds there. In between that minute and 30 seconds, I'm casting Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Right? Mm-hmm. Then after Solar Bahamut, you get to summon Phoenix. Again, Phoenix is the exact same button.
Yep.
So, let me look up Phoenix here. Summon Phoenix, where are you? I see Summon Bahamut. Again, same cooldown, but it's 15 seconds. So it's another minute and 15 seconds on top of the minute and 30 seconds that you're having to wait.
Yep.
And then, on top of that, where's the Phoenix?
Yeah. The whole every summon taking like 15 seconds, and then you having to wait an additional 45 seconds to move on to the next summon.
Solo Bahamut is 30.
No, the actual summon. That 30.
Okay, the actual duration of the summon is 15, but the duration of the gauge effect is 30.
Yeah, it grants like reflex lock switches as buff used for Lux Solaris.
Okay, summon Phoenix. Yeah, same thing. So let's take a minute and 15, roughly a minute times 3. That's a 3-minute rotation. They promised they wouldn't do that again to Summoner. Because back when they did it in Stormblood, Summoner had a 3-minute and 20-second rotation. That was hella hard to keep up. You had to play perfectly and not die. And now they throw this at us. And after they specifically promised they would not do that, they throw this shit at me. And I'm just mad beyond belief because they promised they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you want to know my opinion? I feel like Solar Bahamut should have been a Bahamut upgrade.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like, I know everyone...
It should have just been an upgrade.
Yeah, you know, people like to say, like, oh, but Bahamut, it's like, yeah, it's cool that you get to summon the OG Bahamut, but, like, Solar Bahamut should have been an upgrade to it, let's be frank. Like, it should have been an upgrade. It functions...
There was a reason why everybody had a 2-minute rotation, and summoners were the ones that were painfully being punished in Stormblood, because they had to sacrifice their devotion for the party, and they had to sack their own DPS, because back in Stormblood, they had to build up to Bahamut, and that took 30 seconds to do. So, I'm enraged. Granted, I don't have to build up to Solar Bahamut, I just summon it and go, but I'm enraged it's a 3-minute rotation. That takes a lot of mental strain on a player to play it.
Yeah.
And most classes do not have that long of a rotation.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say this real quick. Like, Solar Bahamut operates basically identical to Bahamut. The only difference is that you get a buff that allows you just to do a 500 potency heal to yourself and the entire party.
You get a heal. You also get another burst window of like damage, and then you get 2 other abilities you click on. You get 4 abilities when you summon Solar Bahamut.
Yeah, but it's like
Where regular Bahamut's only 2.
Yeah, but even then, it's like regular Bahamut. It's like you still got Enkindled, or like Arkmorn. You still have like the 2 Ash. Where the heck are the buttons here?
It's just Death Flare and Enkindle. That's it.
No, you also have Astral your ruin and try disaster right up at the.
Okay, well, yeah, as the summoner, I'm just talking about just the summon itself.
Yeah. But
Just the summon itself, Solar Bahamut has 4 actions.
yeah. Death Flare and Arkmorn.
You're missing 2. For
Yeah.
Solar Bahamut.
Yeah, Death Flare, Arkmorn. You also have Worm Wave as just the auto attack it does. And then you also have, for the Summoner, they transform your single target into Astral Impulse and your AoE into Astral Flare. And then
Okay.
that's it. And then
No, you have Solar Flare.
Solar Flare?
You have Solar Flare as an ability. That's what your Astral Flow becomes. You get no, Sun Flare. My bad, Sun Flare. Why did I say
Sun Flare?
You get Sun Flare.
What? Hold up. Is the job guide not?
Activate.
Is the job guide not showing this? Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, you get 4 abilities when you summon Solar Bahamut.
Let me see. It says Arkmorn, shows Arkmorn. Worm Wave, Death Flare, Astral Flare, Astral Impulse.
Since you have to, like, just, like, as a summoner yourself, you get the Lux Solar, right?
Oh, you're looking at Solar
as
Bahamut.
yourself. As yourself, yeah. I just said Solar Bahamut like 4 times.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Base Bahamut because my comparison was
Base Bahamut only has the 2 abilities yourself as a, summon.
Yeah. And I was just
Alright,
basically
and that was Death Flare and then the Enkindle.
Yeah, no, that was my whole thing. So it was basically Base Bahamut, but like the only thing they added was, outside of enhanced potency and newer animations, was the Lux ability. And that was it. Because it's literally
For Solar Bahamut?
Yeah, for Solar Bahamut, because it's...
No, they've added 2.
What, 2?
2. You have Enkindle Soul Bahamut, you have Lux Wave, you have Exodus, and then you have Sunflare.
Bahamut has the same... Yeah, those are just basic...
Oh, no, those are the 4 for just the summon. That's not the summoner itself.
Yeah, but Bahamut also has similar variations. Lux Wave is Worm Wave for Bahamut. Exodus is...
Yomi, please listen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, the summon itself has 4 moves.
Yeah.
4 moves you click on for the summon to do something.
Huh?
Bahamut itself only has 2.
Yeah? Okay, I'm just confused at this point.
What's 2 minus 4?
I know what 2 minus 4 is, for fuck's sakes. I am just confused because you don't assign Lux Wave to the bar. It is literally the same as Worm Wave. It's its auto attack. And
I have 4 buttons to hit when I summon it every time.
Yeah, Exodus, which is done by Enkindled Solar Bahamut, Sun Flare, and then Lux Solaris, and then you also have Umbral Impulse as the basic attack you do as a summoner.
Okay, Umbral Impulse and Umbral Flare is just the summoner. Those other 4 abilities right after it, that's the summon itself. It changes these 4 buttons. I would know because I just spent an hour rearranging my hotbar.
Oh, look at your fucking stream going here. Fucking hell. Hold up. Okay, freaking Twitch, thank you for the higher quality. Okay. What's for?
These 4. These 4 right here. These are buttons I have to press on my bar.
Oh. But you also press those for Bahamut. They're just different buttons.
No, Bahamut only has 2.
Or, no. One of them is a different button for Bahamut.
Bahamut only has 2.
No, I'm pretty sure it uses...
Nope, it has 2.
No, it uses Astral Flow too. Hold up.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, Astral Flow just changes into Death Flare.
Your Death Flare is right there. That's only 2.
Oh, it also has Death Flare?
Yeah, it just has Death Flare as a button you can have.
What the fuck?
And Death Flare changes into a different ability for Solar Bahamut.
What the fuck? Hold up. Oh yes. What the fuck? Why does it not specify? Fucking hell. That shit's confusing.
Now does it make more sense?
I mean, it's still just the same button though. Just a different.
It's not the same ability when you summon Solar Bahamut. Your Astral Flow becomes a different ability.
Yeah,
than
that is
Death Flare.
that is more or less the point I've been trying to make. With those two, with Death Flare and Exodus, is that they may be named differently, but they function the same as Archimorn and Death Flare. You press them and they do damage.
There's 2 buttons I press for Bahamut, 4 buttons I press for Solar Bahamut.
I get that. That's not my point. Oh my god. My point was
it should have just been an upgrade. Leave it as that.
Yes, that's what I agree with. Oh god, my fucking
Yeah, but then when I was telling you like the buttons differences, you're trying to challenge me on it.
Yeah, because I don't get. I mean, it's not that part. It's not the part I don't get. It's just like I said. It's just it has its equivalents. That's my point. Those are equivalents to what Bahamut already has. They're just different.
Okay, you did not use the word equivalent.
Okay, my bad then. I'm sorry. That is my bad then. I'll take fault on that one. That's my bad. I should have used the word equivalents, but that's. Yeah, they're just. No.
When it comes to Summoner, like, well, I'm just gonna finish off with the caster side of it. Casters are getting fucked over hard, and on top of that, I'm just not happy with the Summoner changes. They did the thing they promised they wouldn't do, and we'll leave it as that.
Yeah.
When it comes to the physical range, I find a lot of the mechanics just easy because I have free movement. Because I can just sit there and be an artist at Hobby Lobby and run around as much as I want.
Yep, I mean, that's pretty much just how it is.
When it comes to the dancer changes, they're very satisfying. They're very nice quality of life. I will mention that. They flow a lot better. There's not a judder gap after you do your burst window. It just flows in and out. When you're doing your burst window on Dancer.
Yeah.
And it's not just this awkward just drop off anymore. And not only that, standard step is also a lot easier to keep up.
It was pretty easy to keep up before.
Huh?
I said it was pretty easy to keep up before. It's a 1-minute buff of a 30-second cooldown.
It's the way how it was kind of tricky to do it is that after you do your technical step, then you would have to do standard step. So you have a massive downtime.
Yeah.
So what they changed about it is that now when you hit your flourish, you now can just cast the final step for standard step.
Okay.
And then you get a follow-up, the last dance, with your standard step.
Okay.
That you can
I
use in
have
between
not
your
touched.
burst.
I have not touched Dance for this expansion. So,
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know if what. Yeah. How. I mean, I know what they changed. I know the new stuff they've added, but I don't know how it works in practice.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm probably not been doing it fully correctly. I will just mention that, just because I've had moments where I'm just not going to refresh the standard step. I just immediately go to technical step, and then buff my partner after I finish technical step.
Yep.
When I probably should be doing it in the reverse, but at the same token, I'm not going to waste a whole 25 seconds of the beginning of the fight of a boss and hopefully,
Random question. Before the poll starts, do you prep a tech step or a standard step?
The tech.
Please, as a samurai player, as someone who plays samurai, please do the opposite. I guarantee you it works better for other jobs. It's timings.
Yeah, but that means I'm at, again, 45 seconds out from doing damage when I can literally just do tech step and be done in
Yeah, I mean, I know
in 5 seconds and have everything ready.
I know what you're going for. I'm just asking that because I've played with a lot of dancers, and let me tell you, the burst windows do not align very well.
Well, it doesn't matter because everyone instant pulls anyways.
Oh
just
yeah.
to be fair.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'm talking about more in a. I'm thinking more of
Like,
in
if we
a-
were doing, like, a Savage content, I'd probably start with this.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was thinking more extreme and savage.
Yeah, no.
I should have probably clarified, like, in an actual
Yeah,
situation.
no. If I was actually doing more serious content, I would probably be doing standard step first and then go through the hassle of doing technical step.
Yeah, no. In content where people just insta-bowl, then yeah,
Alright.
that is the correct way of doing
We've now
things.
covered the classes, all the roles except for healer, because we don't have a healer. We have no one to represent healer.
You know, I feel like that's a pretty consistent thing this expansion.
I know a healer friend, but I'm 90% certain he's probably doing his own thing.
He's
or
at
off in
work.
bed.
Probably.
No, I don't think Burley works that late. I know it's a healer friend I know, and you probably don't know.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of a different healer friends. I have two
Snubby.
healer friends that work night shift.
It's one of them, Snubby.
Yes, one of them Snubby.
Yeah, I know a friend of mine who is the FC leader for my FC named Burley.
Okay.
He...
I have Snubby and then I've got Mira. They both main healer. But they both work night shift, so they won't be here.
Yeah.
And I delayed the normal raids because I'm pretty sure, Elmina, you would like to have a chance to talk about the normal raids and how much fun you had with those. Then now you're finally back. Right?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Or maybe not back.
I almost fell asleep there during, so I'm like, give me a moment.
We'll finish up with the normal raids and then we'll probably call it.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna post this video raw up on YouTube. I'm not gonna try to go through it and cut it.
But honestly, I really loved every one of the fights except the bomb one. It was kind of, it wasn't bad, but it was kind of boring to me.
If you don't mind me cutting in for a quick second.
Good.
Why do I have a feeling that one had a lot cut from the Savage version? Because I believe they have confirmed they make the Savage version and then they cut it down for normal.
Yes.
That might be the case then, because it was quite boring to me.
Yeah, like
very straightforward. That one, like that one for me, I was having problems just because like I was trying to adjust to the pace of the fight. But I do have to love every single arena was unique. Every single fight was unique. And I absolutely love the music in every single one of them.
We actually had a different track for every boss.
Yeah.
The first one, I definitely feel like it's from Final Fantasy X too, for the music.
Yeah.
The second one, I swear, is Miku. It sounds like Miku. I'm not gonna lie.
We find out months later, Miku and the people who did the 14 music secretly collaborated for that song.
I mean, I would be ecstatic if that was the case.
I mean, we'll see. Time will tell.
When it came to the third fight, the music to me reminded me Another World from Final Fantasy X. If you're not familiar with that, that is the opening song for the game.
Otherworld, that's Jet's theme, right?
Yep.
Da
That
da
is the game.
da 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 da.
Yep.
Da.
Where you get the whole scene where Sin's coming out of the water and then destroying Xanarkin. And then when it came to the last fight, the music, I was just like, it's just like Shiva music. I got to stay focused or I'm gonna die because I'm listening too hard to the music. Because I'm not gonna lie, that's what happened with Shiva. Like, Shiva was like this nice slow-paced music, and then you got to the second page, and it was like, yeah, let's like, bang my head, rock and roll, and then I just died to one of the Shiva circles. Like, oh, I should pay.
Yeah.